Okay, it's now 9:05. We already have almost 35 attendees that have joined. Thanks again for joining us today. Welcome to the Office of Illinois Works Grantee Manual Webinar 3. Today we're doing the last webinar of a three-part series to cover the 2022 Grantee Manual for the Illinois Works Pre-Apprenticeship Program. As we have discussed before, this manual has 14 sections. We have covered all of the sections related to the pre-apprentice life cycle and the reporting that is required in Illinois Works in the first two webinars. Today, we're going to be talking about a variety of topics, including professional development, grantees, data management, records and reports, using data for program management and continuous improvement, programmatic monitoring, and audit requirements. Some of this stuff is directly related to your grantee agreements that you most of you should have received by now, but I just want to make sure that I give you a little overview of what we're going to be covering. One important thing to emphasize, two things to emphasize before I introduce the team that's going to be delivering this webinar today, is that if you have any questions or comments or need more clarification after we're done with these webinars, you have a couple of options. On the one hand, you could listen to the webinars again. They're going to be posted in the partner guide online in Illinois workNet, so you can access the webinars through there and listen to them again if you have questions that you think the webinars will answer. However, if you have more direct questions that you would like for us to personally address, please send us a question or request to meet, and we'll be more than happy to meet with you and clarify. We have been meeting with different programs that have questions, and we're more than happy to schedule those to do that. The other thing that I want to clarify that is very important, you received today the last portion of actually the grantee manual in total. That includes the last portion that we published, which are sections 9 through 14. Please take a look at those sections, and I want to emphasize that there's a lot of tools included in those sections. What you will notice is that most of the tools are actually templates that are not required, but that we created particularly for programs that are small or are in development, so that if you want to use those tools, you can certainly do like a program flyer, an information sheet. You may have your own, and you're fine with that. But if you don't, you certainly can use those tools. A marketing plan template, you can use that template. If you have your own, it's fine. Letter templates for communicating some decisions with students, we included some of those templates, and you can use them, but you don't have to. And it's important to differentiate between those tools that are tools for you to use that we created if you need them, versus documents that are actually required, which are exhibits. They're in the exhibits part of the manual. So you will find there the program application, or the interview, the standardized interview questionnaire, or the exit interview questionnaire. Those are required items that are part of the Illinois Works system, and that need to also be reported to the Illinois Works reporting system, the Iwrs. You will be receiving more training related to those items, particularly the functionality of Iwrs this coming Thursday. So I'm Norman Ruano, and I'm the Deputy Director of Illinois Works at DCEO. With me today is the team that will be delivering this webinar today. First, we have Christine Flynn, who is part of the Illinois Works team. She will be helping us with some of the technical details today. So, Christine, if you could please say hi to the audience today.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here.
You also have Brian Rich today with us from Northern Illinois University. Brian, welcome, and please say hi to the audience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see some familiar names in the participant list.
Hey, thanks, Brian. We also have Gia, who's also from Northern, help us deliver instruction. If you could.
You did? Who are these people? Done. Is your microphone on?
Please make sure that you
are on
yourselves.
I hear somebody talking.
A lot of noise.
Webinar training, but some people got on and all you hear is this background noise. Don't even know who the people are.
We're not on mute. So Norman, can you? Okay, great.
So Gia, if you could please go ahead and say hi to the audience.
Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone again, and welcome today.
Great, thank you. And then the last person that will be joining us later on today is Megan Buskirk. She is with the Office of Accountability. She will be covering the section about audit requirements and submission of audits. So if you have any questions for her, she will be joining us again later on in the webinar. This training, again, is the third and final installation of a three-part series that reviews each section of the 2022 Grantee Manual to ensure grantees can effectively implement their pre-apprenticeship program. In sessions 1 and 2, we cover sections 1 through 8 in the Grantee Manual. This webinar is a continuation of the series and will cover the remaining 6 sections of the manual. These are actually some of the shorter sections in the manual, so even though it's 6 sections, we are confident we're going to be able to cover them during the hours that we schedule for this webinar. Over the next 4 hours, we will cover the following 6 sections, as I mentioned before. Section 9, which is professional development and technical assistance. Section 10, which is Grantee's data management. Section 11, which is records and reports. Section 12, using data for program management and continuous improvement. Section 13, programmatic monitoring. And Section 14, which is audit requirements. I want to emphasize that it's important to keep in mind that the Illinois Works pre-apprenticeship program system is a new system that is being implemented. It's a semi-structured model that requires for participants to report their activities real time, but at the same time provides a lot of options for flexibility, particularly related to the way they go up the audiences they target, how they target those audiences, the amount of support, wraparound services that are provided, the type of training that is provided. There are 5 different models that are being tested here from different perspectives, different angles, different curricula, different lengths, different logistics. Programs have complete freedom to decide, how long their program is going to be, when they're going to deliver it. And at the same time, this program allows for providers to be very creative related to the way they engage the participants once they're in the program, type of support. Some of the programs have very innovative ways that they engage participants as they're in the program, and also the types of opportunities they provide for job site instruction, which is great. One of the things that I wanted to bring to your attention, and this is an issue that was brought up in the last webinar, has to do with drug testing. We have added to the manual, the last version of the manual that you have, on Section 5, page 75, particular guidance related to drug testing. And I want to bring that to your attention because we have received several questions related to that. One of the key things about drug testing is that, and I want to emphasize this, is that the majority of DOL registered apprenticeship programs require applicants in order their apprentices to take and pass a drug test. It's a pretty standard procedure for DOL registered apprenticeship programs. And as you may remember, the main focus of Illinois Works is to transition individuals to DOL registered apprenticeship programs. And we want to make sure that drug issues do not become a barrier for entrance into those programs. Illinois Works is making a huge investment, not only financially, but in terms of systems related to the other programs that we're implementing that really are focused on reducing barriers. And we want to make sure that drugs are not a barrier for entrance into DOL registered apprenticeship programs. As a result, it's very important that Illinois Works pre-apprentice graduates are prepared for and can successfully pass a drug test. Now, passing a drug test is not a requirement, it's not a prerequisite to apply and enroll into an Illinois Works pre-apprenticeship program. Again, we want to emphasize it is not a requirement to apply or enroll into one of our programs. However, all grantees must have relationships and have the ability to send individuals for drug testing under two particular conditions. One is, as you all know, particularly those that have been doing this type of work for a very long time, construction labs and job sites can be safety challenges, particularly because there are power tools that are being used in those places. So whenever you're teaching them in your construction lab or whenever you're partnering with someone at a job site, there will be power tools there. And it is imperative that if you have participants that have identifiable signs of being under the influence of any substance that can impair their performance, that may result in self-harm or harm of others, including program participants, instructors, and staff, that you send those individuals for drug testing. We want to make sure that those environments remain safe for the participants, but also for those other individuals that are part of the program. Once you send an individual for drug testing, if the drug test confirms that they were under the influence of drugs, grantees need to work with participants. You can provide the support needed, including counseling, among other services. You can also use your disciplinary action based on a particular program policy that you have. We know of programs that have very strict policies related to drug use. And, you know, if you have one of those policies, you could definitely apply it in those circumstances where you identify that someone is under the influence when they come into the program. And again, that's if a test confirms the presence of drugs. Again, it's important that we keep in mind that that's only one of the conditions under which you can send someone. That is, if someone has identifiable signs of being under the influence of a substance that can result in harm to themselves or others. The other condition, and we have been particularly asked by some programs related to this, is there are some grantees that find it necessary for their graduates before they transition, or they want their graduates before they transition to pass a drug test to ensure that they can successfully transition to a DOL registered apprenticeship program. You can certainly do that. That's the second condition under which you can send someone for drug testing. If before they finish your program, before they graduate, you want to make sure that that doesn't become a barrier for transitioning and you want to send them out for drug testing, you can certainly do that. It is not a requirement to do that, but you certainly have the freedom to do that. If you choose to do that, the same situation applies. If you find out, you confirm that they're using drugs, then you need to work with them, provide counseling and other supportive services to them to ensure the situation is addressed. Or you may also apply your disciplinary policy at that particular point. It's important to notice, and this is also included on the guidance that was provided, that as part of the program application, we do ask individuals questions related to drug testing. Do they have the ability to take and pass a drug test? Are they willing to do so? So as a result, if you do decide to send them for drug testing, it will not be a surprise to the participant because they already answered questions related to drug testing in the program application. So that is the guidance related to drug testing. And again, even though it's not a universal requirement for entrance or even a universal requirement, while individuals are in the program, you should definitely develop partnerships and the ability to send individuals for drug testing in case you need to use it. So that, again, is part of Section 5, page 75 specifically. That's the guidance related to drug testing. Any questions related to that before we move on to the objectives of our webinar today?
Norman, there are no questions in the chat.
Okay, let's go now to the course objectives then. So as I mentioned, this is the third webinar that we're doing related to the grantee manual. And as a result, obviously, the objectives are focused on that. At the end of this training, you're going to be able to describe the strategic role of professional development and technical assistance to support program success. And as we have mentioned before, you will be, we will indicate to you in the next few days if you're part of track 1 or track 2 for professional development and technical assistance. And that is, we will explain later how that determination was systematically made. Adhere to the guidelines of their programs, of your program's track. Incorporate the Illinois Works data management process into your program processes. Enter data from each data category into the Illinois Works reporting system. Utilize record-keeping best practices. Maintain participant files. This is important. One of the key things we're going to be discussing today is programmatic reviews, which includes the possibility that staff from DCEO will go to your facility and gain and request access to participant files. Access GATA standard reports. There will be quite a bit of discussion related. Comply with the Illinois Works payment model guidelines. Effectively use data to support program management. Incorporate continuous program improvement model, which is another key item of the Illinois Works system, to make sure that we're continuously improving to get better at the services that we deliver. Even if we're better, or even if we're good already, how can we get better? How can we improve on what we're doing? Adhere to Illinois Works programmatic monitoring. That's what I was mentioning about possibility of stopping by your facility and also some other desk monitoring that we'll be discussing, and comply with the appropriate audit requirements, which our accountability office will be discussing. So those are the objectives for our course today. Just a reminder, this course is being recorded. This webinar is being recorded, and you will have access to the recording as part of the Partner Guide website, along with the other webinars we have been doing up to now. Are there any questions or comments before we discuss? We do a little introduction here, and then I pass it on to Gia, who's going to be doing section 9 of the manual. Any questions or comments?
There are no questions in the chat.
Okay, great. So if there are no questions or comments in the chat, we're going to move on now to do a little introduction here. At the end of this particular module, you'll be able to identify what you hope to learn from this training. If you wouldn't mind, please, as we move forward, it's also very important that we know who's in the room, particularly for those that are joining here new. As always, we're going to be using Mentimeter as our interactive system. So if you could please connect to Mentimeter, www.menti.com. The code is on your screen and also in the chat, 2455-6953. Again, the code is 2455-6953, and it is www.menti.com. if you could please log into the website and enter the code, we would appreciate it so that we can have some interaction as part of the webinar. Again, if you could please enter in the chat your name and organization, and if you have attended the 3 sessions, including today, please put an asterisk in front of your name so that we know who's been here with us all of this time. So we have Renee Jones from Chicago Women in Trade. She's definitely been here the 3 webinars, so welcome again, Renee. Anybody else? Rhonda Patterson from Chicago Public Schools, also an asterisk. So she's been here for the 3 webinars. That's great, Rhonda. Thanks for joining us. Alisa Williams from Quad County Urban Legal, so has been here for the 3 webinars so far. Thanks for joining us, Alisa. Also, Cynthia Watkins from Tulsa Foundation, 3 asterisks, so you definitely have been here all this time. Vera Lee Robinson. Vera, thanks, Vera Lee, thanks for joining us today again. Charlisa from Lunity has been here for the 3 webinars. Thanks again for joining us, Charlisa. Okay, we're going to get going as people enter their names in the chat. Please, now we're going to move to using Mentimeter. If you could please answer the question on your screen. Is there anything in particular you're hoping we covered today? This will be a test for Mentimeter, make sure that is working, but we also want to make sure that we hear about some of the items that you're interested in learning today. I mentioned the list of sections we're going to be covering a few minutes ago, but I want to hear from you. So if you could please tell us what you anticipate or what you would want for us to cover today. Reporting. We will definitely discuss reporting today. Reporting requirements. That will be part of one of the sections. Evaluation. We will be discussing particularly the longitudinal evaluation that we're going to be conducting. So that's part of what we're talking about today. Payment process. We will definitely be talking about some of that. Will definitely be covered today. Auditing standards, we will definitely talk about that. Billing guidelines, there will be some discussion related to billing and how that works. Reimbursement, we will be discussing that as part of our payment model. Vouchering. So as I said, we're going to be discussing some of those financial items. There'll be some other training that'll be coming up related to that, but there'll definitely be some of that. Data entry connection. We will be discussing about data and data entry today also, which is important. Case notes requirements. That's an interesting point that we will address, particularly in relation to the tools available in IWRS. So, if you could please join that webinar on Thursday, where they will be discussing that. Reporting dates, we will definitely be talking about that. Financials, yes, that's part of the conversation today. All of that will be covered today. So most of these items will be covered today. Some of them will be covered in the next webinar on Thursday, when we provide some more training related to the Illinois Works reporting system. Okay, great. Moving on. I want to welcome now Gia Suggs, who will be delivering this next section, which is Section 9, Professional Development and Technical Assistance. Thanks for joining, Gia. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Norman, and welcome, everyone. It's good to see you again. So for those of you, and it seems like many of you did attend the previous section, Section 2, we actually stopped at Section 8. So today we are picking up on Section 9, Professional Development and Technical Assistance. A couple of things we hope to accomplish during this section. We're going to talk about professional development opportunities that are provided by the Office of Illinois Works. We're going to spend some time talking about the grantee program tracks, so Track 1 and Track 2, which Norman just spoke a little bit about. We want to make sure you understand the difference between what is required and what is program support. So we're going to differentiate between professional development, technical assistance, lunch and learn, coaching. So all of these programs and tools that are available, we want to make sure that it is clear what's required and what is just additional support that Illinois Works is making available. We're going to make sure you know how to access the professional development sessions, which I think many of you do because you're here. And then lastly, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about cultural and linguistic skills and how to, what are some of the things you're doing right now to make sure that your staff can respond to the specific cultural and linguistic needs of your pre-apprenticeship apprentices. So again, we're on Section 9 in your professional development technical assistance. You should have received a copy of this either last night or this morning, the most current version of it. And before we move on, any questions about what we are going to cover in this section? Okay. I want to start by differentiating between professional development and technical assistance. These are terms that I know everybody is familiar with, and in many contexts, they're probably used interchangeably. Illinois Works actually defines both of these terms very differently. Professional development are activities that are proactive and preventive in nature. So any tools, techniques, programs that are preventive or proactive. So it's designed to help mitigate potential problems or challenges in the future. Those are considered professional development. Technical assistance are those tools, techniques, and activities that are designed to respond to potential challenges that grantees might be having, or considered an intervention. So professional development, most of the time these are group processes like now, the technical, like the trainings that we do right now, like we're doing right now, these are considered professional development. Technical assistance often will happen one-on-one, and again, they're interventions in nature. So preventive, proactive, responsive intervention. So that's how we distinguish between the two. There are some professional development and technical assistance activities that are required, and it depends on which track you are in. So I'm going to turn it over to Christine for a moment here so that she can share with you a little bit about the tracks and the requirements for each track, and then I will hop back on and re-engage the training. So Christine?
Great. Thank you so much, Gia.
You're welcome.
So as Gia explained, we do have 2 development tracks. So these are development and training tracks. And this is rooted in the belief that Illinois Works really wants to provide as much support as we can to all of our grantees. And so as a result, we provide a robust catalog of professional development offerings. So as Gia said, we have our webinar sessions that we've been in the last few weeks, and we will continue throughout the rest of the year. We're going to be offering program coaching. We have an annual conference slated for September, and then we're going to be doing technical assistance. And as Gia said, that's really kind of that intervention, one-on-one work. So when you reach out to myself, when you reach out to Norman, and we work with you one-on-one, that's when we're doing kind of that technical assistance side. So we will have 2 tracks. So grantees are assigned to either track 1 or track 2. And this is based on program readiness criteria, as well as evaluating kind of where each of your programs is in your experience, your professional development, your capacity. And then we also took into consideration your internal controls questionnaire and your programmatic risk assessment. So for the administrators among us, you will remember completing the ICQ and the PRAQ prior to receiving your Notice of State Award. So within that Notice of State Award, you would have received what the state calls risk factors. So those risk factors could be associated with the internal controls questionnaire, which would be your fiscal and administrative risk assessment, or they could be within the programmatic risk assessment. And so that's flagging items as part of your program delivery. So one thing that's really important to note here is that when we were determining track 1 versus track 2, it's really based on the pre-apprenticeship program itself. So it doesn't speak to the larger organization or the capacity of the larger organization necessarily. It's really focused on that pre-apprenticeship program. So if you're a program that is currently working on accreditation, if you're a program that maybe is now serving a totally new population, we have grantees that are at all different experience levels and skill levels. And so these tracks are really designed to ensure that as support is provided as much as we can support you to reach those outcome measures and to have a successful program. So let's move on and we'll explore the difference between track 1 and track 2. So as I said, track 1, those are our more experienced providers. So they're more experienced providing that construction pre-apprenticeship program. They have robust staffing infrastructure. They might have identified they have significant formal partnerships. And for that track 1, what we're asking for them is that they attend these training sessions. So as you all have been attending beginning back in January, and they will run through the end of the year. We also will ask them to attend the annual conference. And then, of course, one-on-one technical assistance will be available throughout the year for them. The second track, these are the grantees that are more recently formed in their pre-apprenticeship programs. And just like track 1, they'll attend the training sessions that began in January. They'll attend the annual conference. They'll also have that one-on-one technical assistance available to them. But then they'll also have the opportunity to engage in program coaching. So program coaching is just a really great way to kind of build your capacity to have an expert kind of in your on your team, as it were, to really get to understand how do you provide this construction pre-apprenticeship program? How do you walk through the stages of recruiting and transitioning and developing relationships with unions? So that program coaching is really meant to kind of facilitate the growth of a program, help that program in areas that maybe they have weaknesses in right now or opportunities for growth. So those are the kind of two differences between those tracks. And are there any questions from anyone out there wondering about the tracks or about the different educational professional development offerings? I'm not seeing any in the chat. Gia, do you see any on your end?
No questions in the chat.
Okay. Great, so I will pass it back to Gia then, and of course, you know, if you do have questions later on, you can always feel free to reach out to us.
Awesome, thank you, Christine.
Of course.
All right, so Christine mentioned 4 of the opportunities, either professional development or technical assistance. So let's take a deeper dive into each of these. So the first one is the webinar track. This is the one that you are likely already familiar with because you have been participating in these sessions. So there is a robust schedule of professional development that is available. And so let's talk a little bit about that. The focus of the webinars are, 1, implementing the pre-apprenticeship life cycle, which this is the 3rd and final session in this series. How do you utilize the Illinois Works Grantee Operations Manual? And of course, navigating the Illinois Works reporting system, keeping in mind that the last session, although there may be more as needs arise, but the last pre-planned session right now to support the 2022 Grantee Manual is this Thursday. So if you have not yet registered, please be reminded to do so. There'll be a primary focus on running reports during that session, but we will have SIU back again with LaToya, and anyone who experienced her last time, you already know how exceptional what they do is, and so please do not miss that session, so that you will have an opportunity to learn how to use some of the components that we have not yet covered for the Illinois Work Supporting System. Okay, so here's a subset of the current schedule. The schedule is more, as you all know if you've been to the partner guide, there are a ton of sessions that are scheduled, as you can see, through November, but this is a subset of them. And again, some of these are required and some of these are not required. It will depend on which track you are a part of and your program needs. So for example, we have already facilitated an NCCER session. So for those of you who are implementing NCCER, you had an opportunity to attend that session. And if you did not attend it, that recording is available. But we are also looking to provide Invutu, hope I'm saying that right, offer a session on that as well. So some of these are required and some of these are optional depending on your particular pre-apprenticeship program. The next session is coaching. And so program coaching is a tailored engagement between the program coach and the grantee. The important thing about coaching is that this is a non-punitive activity. Coaching is, let me go to the next slide. So coaching, the point of coaching is to help support the organizations be successful. So this is not focused around, the organization is not prepared or is not keeping up. The goal is just to help identify potential barriers and remove those barriers to support success. Coaching is not required for all of the grantees. It depends on which track your organization will be a part of. However, it is available to all grantees. So depending on the track, it might be required. But if it is not required, you can still request the support of a coach. So the coaching relationship typically starts with conducting a needs assessment. And then as a result of that needs assessment, you will partner with your coach to identify the potential barriers that emerge. And then you all jointly will put together a coaching plan. And then the coach will support you with implementing that plan. Illinois Works is providing up to 10 hours a month of, this is really business development coaching, so 10 hours a month for this support. So your coaching plan will outline a strategy to respond to program barriers. You put together action steps to implement possible solutions. And I think this is one of the, like there's a star next to continuous program improvement support, because you are accountable. Norman talked a little bit about this earlier, but you are accountable for putting together a continuous program improvement plan. And so the coach can actually assist with helping you put together your continuous program improvement plan. And again, this is not corrective action. A continuous program improvement plan, the intention of it is for organizations that are already doing well to start to think about how they can be even better. So, and just keeping in mind part of the doing even better, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, could result in additional funding above and beyond the original grant award. So it might be wise, even if you're not required to work with a coach, you might want to engage the coach to provide additional support. Again, so the things that you might things you might be doing well, this is an opportunity to potentially do even better. Our program coach is Vera Lee. Many of you have already met her and have already leveraged some of her support. So if you could, log into Mentimeter and identify if you have actually already leveraged support from our program coach or not. So this is a kind of a closed-ended question. So all you have to do is respond if you have already received some support from the program coach. Awesome. Okay, great. Thank you. So again, I want to reinforce that coaching is part of professional development. So this is proactive, preventive. The intention is mitigation. This is not punitive. It's not corrective action. And honestly, the idea behind coaching is that organizations who may already be doing very well, this is an opportunity to brainstorm with an industry expert to figure out how you can be even better. And again, I'll make the note that even better can correlate to additional funding, as well as an opportunity, of course, to help the population that we are targeting for this work. So awesome, several people have already done so. Again, it depends on the track. There are some tracks who will be required to engage their program coach. If you're not required, you are still welcome to leverage that 10 hours a month for what essentially is business coaching for your program. Any questions about that before I move on to the next section? Okay, so the first question is, how will we know if we are on the track to receive coaching or not? And Christine, Norman, please jump in here. The assignments have been identified, so the tracks have been identified, and you all will be notified shortly. Christine, is there a time frame for grantee notification regarding the tracks?
Yeah, so we will be notifying grantees likely by the end of today into tomorrow.
All right, awesome. And then Charlisa wants to know, does Vera Lee only help with NCCR accreditation? No, she does not only help with NCCR accreditation. If you are interested in additional support, please do. Thank you. And she's actually responding in the chat. Thank you, Vera Lee. So both NAP2 and NCCER. Any other questions about coaching? Vera Lee, you want to say hi really quick? I'm putting her on the spot a little bit. I don't know if she can unmute or not. Let me see.
Gia, if I may, I also want to emphasize at this point that the coaching is not just related to training and instruction. The coaching is related to any aspect of your program that you may need support in. And that's the reason why there's a needs analysis being conducted to look at your program holistically and see in what area you may need support in. It may be training, it may be the curriculum, but there may be other areas in your program where you may need support in, and we will provide coaching related to that too.
Yeah, thank you, Norman. That is a really critical point. And Viralee, you are unmuted if you want to say hi.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
I just want to say good morning to everyone. I am excited. I have begun coaching, and you can see it's off to a good start. We've already coached 3, and we have 2 scheduled. I will be reaching out to the entire population so we can begin scheduling some time together regardless of track, basically as introductions, so you can be comfortable with the coaching, as well as to begin hearing some of your concerns. And then we're going to follow up with needs analysis. So watch your email boxes. I have been trickling in some emails here and there, answering questions. It's been real busy, and I'm welcoming that. So just feel free to email me anytime, brobinson1@niu.edu, and I'll be in touch with you soon. Thanks a lot, Norman, Christine, and Gia.
Thank you, Viralee. And do you mind putting your email address in the chat too when you get a chance?
I sure will. Talk soon, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so to the point Norman just made, coaching is broader than the instructor certification. There are a lot of areas that you can receive support: strategic planning guidance, outreach and recruitment, and marketing support, evaluation of staff capacity, development of internal processes, reviewing your program policies and procedures, ensuring compliance with diversity, inclusion, equity, and belonging, helping securing partnerships, creating internal professional development plans, which is a requirement and something that might make sense for you to leverage coaching support, developing a system for data collection and continuous quality improvement, which is also a requirement, and then reporting and audit compliance. Any other questions about coaching before we move on to the next one? Okay, great. So I've mentioned a couple times now the program improvement plan. Again, this is not corrective action. This is not punitive. The program improvement plan seeks to answer the question, how can we be even better? If you would like to see a copy of the actual plan, it is Exhibit 9, and it is available in the appendix of your 2022 Grantee Manual. The next thing we're going to talk about is our annual conference. So the intention of the annual conference is to create an environment and a space where there can be an exchange of ideas. One of the things that we are hoping is that, well, one of the things that we expect is that there will be grantees, and based on the information that's in the Illinois Works Reporting System, that will demonstrate exceptional performance in one or more areas within the pre-apprenticeship life cycle. So part of this exchange of ideas is that we're hoping that some of those grantees who are demonstrating exceptional performance in one or more areas, that we can create a space where you all would have an opportunity to take a deep dive on how you approach that particular phase within the life cycle that allowed you to get the results that you received, so that others can leverage some of your intellectual capital and subject matter expertise. So that's one of the things that we're hoping to do. In addition, we're also looking to bringing in other industry experts to share as a part of those conversations. Some of the areas that we are thinking about right now, these are not definitive. This has been based on some of the things we've been hearing. We do expect to hear more from the program coach or from technical assistance areas that might add value, but some of the things we're currently thinking about is developing trauma-informed care, addressing sexual harassment on work sites, creating an equitable program culture, how to leverage program data for program improvement, in addition to some other sessions. These are not definitive at this point, but these are just some of the things that we're hearing and we're thinking about relevant to that conference. The last box here is technical assistance. So we've talked a lot about how professional development and how coaching is, it's not punitive, it's not corrective action, it's proactive, it's preventative, it's designed as a mitigation tool. Technical assistance is a little bit different. Technical assistance is reactive and responsive. So technical assistance is actually considered an intervention. So in the context of Illinois Works, technical assistance is the process of providing targeted assistance to grantees with the goal of improving performance. While the aim of coaching is prevention and mitigation, technical assistance is course correction. So it is an intervention strategy. You will engage in technical assistance as it is needed and is based on the information that's in the Illinois Works reporting system. The goal of technical assistance is to support programs so that they can achieve their program outcomes based on their agreements or based on your agreements. I feel like I want to pause there. Any questions about technical assistance? Again, it's one-on-one intervention, it is corrective action, and it does provide compliance support. Okay, I don't see any questions in the chat. All right, so we've talked about the 4 primary tools that will be available as professional development support and technical assistance. So let's shift here a little bit and talk about your internal professional development plan. So Illinois Works understands that we are the experts on the Illinois Works program. However, you are the experts regarding your instructors, staff, and your programs. You own your institutional knowledge. We know Illinois Works, you know your team. And so we can design professional development technical assistance relevant to the program, but it requires an internal professional development plan to respond to the needs of your employees that might be unique to your staff and instructors. So that's why an internal professional development plan is important. So your plan typically identifies either the title or role expectations of employees, the professional development that you all have decided might be necessary in order for all the individuals you have on board to be able to function at the level you want them to function. Then it identifies the events or the experience that they're going to participate in. That could be anything from reading a book to attending a training. And then the staff that are approved to actually participate in those events. We do provide a template. So it's template 20. It is available for you in your 2022 grantee manual in the appendix. Some ideas around professional development opportunities. Again, it could be books, formal continuing education, academia, professional development organizations. It could be training, skill-based training, mentorship, sponsorship, coaching, feedback. It could be anywhere, anything from training employees around diversity, inclusion, and belonging, to sending your instructors to a training on classroom management techniques. So there are an array of things that your team may specifically need and professional development opportunities that could be provided to support them. So using Mentimeter, let's share some ideas right now. What type of professional development opportunities have you planned or are you planning specifically for your team and your staff and instructors? So what type of professional development opportunities have you planned or are you planning for your staff and instructors? Awesome, diversity and inclusion. Particularly given our target population, I think this is going to be central. Thank you. Collaborative coaching, awesome. Trauma-informed care, yes. Particularly now for a lot of reasons. Case notes, I know that came up at the beginning of the training around you know, what kind of support will be available. There'll be more about that during the session on Thursday. Case management, okay, good. Data entry, yes, I think that's going to be a central one. Oh, expert lecture series, nice. Okay, more diversity sensitivity. Okay, conflict resolution, yes. Conflict resolution, that could also lead into some communication and maybe 360 communication, communicating with participants, but communicating up, down, laterally, and even with funders, right? Trauma-informed care again. Okay, this is all NCCER, yes. Okay, awesome. So lots of good and appropriate stuff to just make sure teams are prepared and up to speed. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, the last section I want to talk about really quickly, particularly because my time is now up for this section, is linguistic competence and professional linguistic and cultural competence. One of the things that's important is that Illinois is among the top 15 states for foreign-born populations. In addition, Chicago has some of the most diverse communities in the country. And so linguistic competence and cultural competence, this is more than just having bilingual staff or making sure that you have multilingual materials. This is about how we engage and talk to participant communities and their families. And so there are a couple steps here. More information about this is available in your grantee manual. I'll just go through these steps really quickly. The first is to refrain from judgment. And the tricky part here is that refraining from judgment means that you're not identifying anything as either good or bad. You're just acknowledging how people might be different. Even when you acknowledge, oh, yeah, that's familiar, so that's good, the implied is that something can also be bad. So we're refraining from any judgment, good, bad, right, or wrong, but acknowledging differences. Step 2 is to clarify understanding, and that is to, and how do you clarify understanding? That's paraphrasing or rephrasing. It could be that you don't recognize the accent or the ask from someone seems odd or uncharacteristic. And so what you would think is a social norm. So part of that is paraphrasing what you think you heard, right? And if what you think you heard is correct, and it still seems odd that that would be necessary, to seek first to understand. And one of the things that can be extremely helpful is, you know, just to say, tell me more. Just tell me more. You want to do, why do we need to do that? You know what, tell me more. So that's Covey, we're going to give credit where credit is due, but seek first to understand. So we won't take a deeper dive into this right now because I want to be mindful of our time, but there is more information about this in the Instruct 2022 Grantee Manual. I'm going to pause here and ask, are there any additional questions about anything that we have covered so far? Okay, so linguistic competence and professional development. How do you know that you are demonstrating linguistic and cultural competence and that you have these skills, right? So this will allow grantees to establish service delivery approaches that help engage participants with complex and interconnected barriers. Some of this might have to do with trauma-informed care. Create a climate that promotes positive cultural identity. That's part of the no judgment component. Adapt to diversity and cultural context of individuals served. Right? Address explicit and implicit biases. And engage grantees enable grantees to respond effectively to linguistic and cultural needs, right? And again, that's going beyond just language. And part of what this requires is not just understanding demographics, so, you know, issues that are specific to women or issues that are specific to certain ethnic groups, but to actually understand the culture of the specific population that you serve, which could be relevant to region. So are you in the city? Are you Central Illinois? Are you downstate? It could be, so what are the specific needs to your target population with respect to that culture, but also that subculture? Any questions at all before I end this part of the presentation? All right, if there are no questions, please allow me to welcome Brian. He is going to cover the next section, Section 10, Grantee Data and Management. So so this is Dr. Brian Richards. Allow me to please turn it over to you.
Thank you, Gia. Good morning again, everyone. So again, this section is going to cover Section 10 of your grantee manual. And then by the time we're done here this morning, you should be able to articulate the first 3 steps in the data management process. Understand how to collect relevant data for each stage of the pre-apprenticeship life cycle, identify your data entry staff, and implement quality control measures to ensure data integrity. But before we jump into it, any questions about this? Have a chance for questions also as we wrap up this section. So during,
questions?
Yes, go ahead.
So, no questions in the chat.
Oh, great, thanks. So we're going to highlight the data management process, the types of data that must be collected and reported, the role of the Illinois Works reporting system, known as IWRS, and talk about the importance of accurate record keeping, making sure we are keeping our records accurately. So the Illinois Works program is going to use data strategically in multiple ways. In the short term, we're looking at immediate program outcomes for compliance purposes, but also anywhere from immediate, midterm, long-term, we're always going to be looking at the data to help continuously improve our programs. We'll talk more about each of these as we go through this. And then finally, the data that you enter will be the starting point for some longer-term studies that we're going to implement as the program gets up and running and starts producing some of our outcomes. And we'll talk about this more later this morning when we talk about when we go through Section 12 of your manuals. So why is data important? So what data are individual pieces of facts which, when combined and analyzed, helps us glean important information about the programs. And this is information about individual programs that you all are running, but also the overall Illinois Works programs, anywhere from the overall management of the program to individual outcomes. We're looking at program outcomes, always this continuous program improvement. And what we need to understand is that this information is knowledge that we're using to understand program outcomes, uncover key insights and patterns, and ultimately lead to informed decision making. So now we're going to talk about a 4-step data process, or after our Mentimeter discussion. So we have another Mentimeter question for you. At this point, as you're getting your programs up and running, how are you currently planning to use data? I think we skipped this one, so we need to move ahead. Okay, since we skipped one, I think there is some complications with the next. So we'll just move into talking about the process of collecting and managing our data within the Illinois Works program. So data management is the process of, is the administrative process of acquiring, validating, and processing data. Again, all of our data is housed in that Illinois Works reporting system. And this system facilitates and provides us the opportunity to manage our data from data collection, so where do we get our data, entering data into the system, checking our data for quality, and then finally using that data for reporting purposes to learn about our programs. There are a number of technical assistance sessions related to the Illinois Works reporting system. You can find this in the Illinois Works Partner Guide. There's a session scheduled for Thursday, so please go register for that if you haven't done so already. I believe it starts at 9 a.m. on Thursday. And you also, there was also a training session last week that hopefully you attended, or if you didn't, go watch the recording of that. And if you're not able to attend Thursday session, of course, that will be available to watch after the fact as well. There's also, within this partner guide, there's also a number of resources that are available, sort of these job aids that kind of walk you through step-by-step certain sections of the reporting system. And takes you through all of the steps we're going to talk about this morning. So this partner guide is a really important resource because there is a lot involved in the data collection and entry process. You're never going to get it on the first time through. So you can refer back to these resources as needed. I'm sure you're going to have to come back to them multiple times, print out some of the materials in the Get It Started section just to kind of help walk you through the processes of how you use the system. So let's talk about the first step in our data lifecycle. This is data collection. Is where we establish a systematic process for accurately collecting data for the purposes of gaining insight into our programs. This process is obviously a very key step in our data management process. And to help manage this process within each program, you should have a data entry coordinator. And the coordinator is accountable for program data entry into the Iwrs system. Now, this person will likely not be the only person entering data into the system, but the coordinator will identify select staff to assist with entering data into the system. Each person has to have access to the system to be able to enter data into the system. Not anyone is able to log in and enter data. And it's important that these staff have the appropriate training, the appropriate skill set for data entry into the system. There, in section 9 of your manual, again, you can go back to that professional development section, and there's material available focused on this data entry process. So even though multiple staff may have the ability to enter data, it's really this data entry coordinator that has a responsibility and is accountable to Illinois Works program for the accurate and timely entry of data into the system. So see if we can get Mentimeter to work here and see how many of you have identified the person that is going to be the data entry coordinator. All right, looks like we're ready here. All right, this looks good. I think most of you have an understanding of this requirement and have, in fact, identified their data entry coordinator. So that's a positive sign for us. All right, so let's talk about the type of data that we're going to be collecting and entering. So there's three broad categories of data that we're going to collect and enter into our systems. And so the grantee action, so these are the sort of programmatic activities that you're doing as a grantee in your program. We're going to talk about each of these in more detail. We're going to collect data about your participants and their journey through the system, so to speak. And then you're going to also have to, of course, report some financial information about how you're using the grant funds to support your program. So the grantee data. So these data include information about your engagement in the development, design, and implementation of your program, and includes these categories of data as well as others, but we're going to be just looking at information about your cohort, how many participants are going through and that are enrolling, participating, and then completing your program. We're looking at their transitions into other programs, what sort of curriculum you're using to provide the skills to your participants, what instructors you're using, where are your work site locations, and then any other services you're offering to your participants. And what this does for us is it provides important context about the community and system in which you're operating your programs. And we're going to talk about how we're going to use this data later on, but at this point talking about what we're collecting. And then information about your participants. We want to know information about your applicants, whether they enter your program or not. We want to keep information about applicants to your programs. We want demographics of your participants. We want to measure their progress as they go through the system. And then, of course, once they complete your program, what are the outcomes? What types of employment? Of course, we want them to join registered apprenticeship programs, tracking that. Whatever outcome that your participants have, important, of course, to our continuous improvement process. So we're monitoring the participation, progress, and completion, and helping them to take steps to ensure program, you're expanding opportunity for your program, increasing apprenticeship participation, and of course getting good employment outcomes. And I really want to stress the importance of the data entry at this point. You know, in a lot of programs, you know, this intake process, you're just kind of checking the boxes. Maybe you know what it takes to get a participant eligible, and so you're just checking one box. Okay, they're eligible. I'm not going to worry about all those other boxes. But the more of a holistic view we have of our participants, the more effectively we can use this data to understand things like barriers to completion of the program, barriers to entry into registered apprenticeship programs. And so it's really important that we really do a thorough job of the data collection process and making sure that we're capturing all of the information that we're asking about each applicant and each participant in our program. So our data collection and entry sort of follows this pre-apprenticeship life cycle. I know this is not the first time you all have seen this graphic. You've been talking about this life cycle of our participants. But you know, it's really important that we capture data at each point along this life cycle to really get an accurate view of what's happening within our programs and help us address challenges or identify successes as we're implementing our program. And so here, I'm not going to go through this in detail. This is a table in your program manual, Table 20. I think it's on page 147, plus or minus a page in there, but so you can go through and see all of the data that we are trying to collect at each point in that life cycle. So let's talk about financial data. So this includes your actual expenditures in comparison to your allocated budget. We're going to use this financial data to determine if your funds are used for activities that are allowable under the grant. Also track leverage resources that are used to support grant activities. This will be covered more in detail in the next session and is also in section 11 of your grantee manuals. So Norman's going to discuss that in the next section. But again, I want to stress the importance of accuracy, you know, both not only with your grant funds, but those leverage funds. Again, this is going to help us identify successful practices in your programs and really help us understand what's going on in your program so that we can promote this continuous improvement throughout all of the grantees. So it's important that, you know, while this is part of your grantee monitoring, making sure you're spending your money right, it's also part of the improvement process where we're learning, you know, where are the successes within these programs? Where are the challenges within these programs? And either helping us address those challenges or promoting those successes so that we can learn from each other. So again, throughout this data life cycle and all these types of data, really important that you are accurately and comprehensively entering data into the system. So we talked about data collection. You know, where is this information coming from? Now we're going to talk a little bit about the data entry. So here we've collected information either through the intake process, you know, through our programmatic activities, but we need to get that data into the system so that we can aggregate, analyze that data. So data entry, we're entering it into the Illinois Works system. This is going to allow us to do live tracking of our progress, our grantees' progress through the system. If we keep up with timely data entry, we can identify early successes as well as performance gaps. You know, what's working, what's not, where do we need to make some adjustments. It's also important to note that, there's some performance-based outcomes. It's possible that your grant funds can be increased based on successful outcomes, and we can't track those successful outcomes without accurate data entry. So again, really important that the data is entered accurately and in a timely manner. So we're going to talk a little bit about quality control. It can be challenging. If you're putting a lot of information into a system, it's easy to make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes with data entry. So we'll have some processes through quality control. But if some of the consequences of incorrect data is that then when it gets processed and put into reports, the reports are not correct. So while you may be running a successful program, if you have poor data entry, it's not going to be apparent that your program is successful because the reporting is not going to reflect those successes. And then of course the outcomes and impacts will also be inaccurate. So again, without complete data collection and correct data entry, our reporting and monitoring will not be effective. So we need to make sure that we're careful. Some data entry errors are obvious when you start running reports. Like, if, for example, say we have a participant gets a job at $15.50 an hour, and when we enter that into the system, we miss the decimal point, and it shows up as $1,550 per hour. That's going to be obvious when we start running reports if there's this outlier, but other smaller errors may not be so obvious. So it's really important that we're careful with our data entry and making sure we have some quality control in place. So again, here's another table that talks about some quality control examples. And again, this is in your manual. This is on pages 149, 150 of your manual, where it just talks about some of the important characteristics of the data and some examples of how we might ensure that the data is accurate and of high quality. So I mentioned the Iwrs system. Again, we're tracking recruitment and outreach. So these are the activities that you're performing that are going to lead to your participants, but there's also going to be you're going to have contact with persons that are not going to enroll in your system. So this is very broad at the beginning when we're recruiting participants. We're collecting information about any wraparound services that might be provided either within the program or with partner organizations. The career assessments as part of the intake process, the instruction that's delivered as the participants move through your program, any support services related to that instruction, and then of course follow-up activities as they complete your program and move into the job market, ideally into a registered apprenticeship program. And there's, again, a number of training resources, technical assistance available to you through this portal. And also there's training dedicated to using this system. Again, some has already occurred, more is going to occur later this week. So make sure that especially your data coordinator attends these sessions. And we'll also be talking more about some of the reports and dashboards that are available later when we go over section 11 of your manual. So here's the link to getting to that material, all located within the Illinois workNet system. Again, a wide variety of resources for both data and your program in general. And of course, as Gia mentioned, Latoya is really great at explaining. If you're having trouble with the section, she's a great resource. That SIU developed this system so they know it inside and out and can really help you work through these any challenges you're having with the data entry. So before we move on, any questions related to what we just covered over the last 30 minutes or so?
So Brian, no questions in the chat.
Okay, I think we'll move on to, oh, it's time for a break, is that correct?
It is,
We're going to
yes.
take a 5-minute break. We've thrown a lot at you and a lot more to come, so I'll let Gia give the details of the break.
All right, let's take thank you, Brian, so much. Let's take a 5-minute break and let's be back at 10:36. All right, we'll see you all shortly.
Okay, good morning again. Thanks again for joining us. We are going to get started here with our next section in the manual, which is records and reports. I know people are coming back from the break, so I'll give it a minute here so that everybody can come back and settle down so that we can get going. In this section, we're actually going to get to some of the more exciting things that some of you were asking about in the exercise that we did about what you expected for us to cover. We are definitely going to be talking about data, the periodic performance report, the periodic financial report, GRS, and all of that. So we're going to cover that in a minute. But I'll tell you a true story that happened to me about a little bit over a decade ago when I used to work for a large college system here in the city, and we had secured a very large training grant from the federal government. So we were working directly with the federal government, and they said, we're going to monitor you. It was time for auditing and monitors. And they came into a facility and said, we want to see all your records. And this was 1,500 students that had been served. I mean, it was a very large project. And the lead monitor told me something that really stuck with me throughout my whole career in workforce development. He said, you might have done a great job out there delivering the services. In fact, a lot of people might have benefited from this. But if you didn't document it properly, and more importantly, if you didn't report it to us successfully, it never happened. And I was like, wow, what do you mean it never happened? I mean, we actually did it. He says, I could only see what I can't see. I wasn't there. It's only when you have accurate records, when you do accurate reporting, that we can see what you did, and we may be able to determine the success of the services that you delivered. So that really stuck with me because it's important that programs really understand that it's only through records and reporting that funders, in this case, the state of Illinois, can actually see what you have done, can actually document the experience and the success that you have had out there. So even though the previous section and some of the other sections we're going to be covering may seem boring, talking about data and reporting, just keep in mind that this is the only way for a funder to gain visibility into what's being done out there and to determine if what is being done out there aligns with the expectations and the design of the program and the funding that was given. So at the end of section 11, which is the section that I'm going to be covering, which is records and reports, you're going to be able to differentiate between reporting and record keeping, reference tips for file organization and maintenance, utilize the participant file checklist to collect and maintain required documents, and we're talking about hard copy documents now, comply with GATA requirements, and this is a state law, and it's important that we really keep in mind that we need to comply with that. Accurately and timely submit required reports, particularly the standardized GATA reports that are tied to your agreement, your grant agreement, and those include the periodic performance report and also the periodic financial report. So we'll talk about those. Utilize the grant reporting system, GRS, for requesting cash and reporting of grant cost, obligations, and miscellaneous receipts. Determine the appropriate use of funds. We'll discuss the appropriate use of funds and also direct you in the manual where you can find information related to that. How to request a budget modification, and also how to establish a procurement policy, which is it's a state, but it's also a federal requirement. So that's what we're going to be covering in this section. And again, the topic may seem a little boring, but we want to make sure that we emphasize that this is the only way that we have to know what's going on out there, and for us to really, experience the success that you're having with your programs and the services that community members are receiving. Something to emphasize also, even though we're going to be talking about the GRS system, we are in the process of finalizing details to provide a more in-depth presentation related to GRS. We should have information about that in-depth presentation in the very near future, in the next week or so. That will be more for administrators, financial people, grant managers that are really in charge of reporting financial data, not so much for program staff in charge of delivering services. So let's get going with records and reports. This section will set expectations for record keeping and management and explore how to submit programmatic and financial reports and teach the appropriate Illinois Works funds specifically related to expenditures, budget modifications, and procurement. It's important to keep in mind that given that Illinois Works was created by a state law, there are very particular reporting and record-keeping requirements that we have. We are not only required to report to the administration here at DCEO, but we are also required to report on a quarterly basis to a review panel that is appointed by the governor. And the majority of the review panel members are elected officials, but there are others that are appointed to the review panel that are not elected officials. And we are required to report to them on a quarterly basis. And then at the end of the year, at the end of the state's fiscal year in July, we are required to issue a report that goes to the review panel and then gets submitted to the General Assembly. And it's all related to Illinois Works and our performance, our outcomes, what we're doing out there, and the impact that we're having with the funding that we are receiving. Typically, one or more staff persons are accountable for data entry in your organization. Brian already covered that. And sometimes those individuals are also accountable for reporting and record keeping. Record keeping is the process of ensuring the maintenance of pre-apprenticeship records, including all required activities, transactions, and events into the Illinois Works system. Reporting is the process of organizing records into specific summaries that are used to monitor the program and determine if goals are achieved. Accurate record keeping is a prerequisite for effective reporting. Using Mentimeter, please tell us, how is your program planning to use some of the available reports? We discussed that there will be dashboards, and actually that will be one of the conversations today. We have mentioned it before that there'll be dashboards in Iwrs that you can use, but there's also reports, the GATA required reports, the program reports, financial reports. Please tell us, how's your program planning to use some of the available reports, for your own benefit? Any response to how your program is planning to use some of the available reports and data? To ensure correct billing, that's good. Drive program improvement, excellent. That should be one of the key strategic uses of data and reports, right? Drive program improvement. Track expenses, definitely. I mean, that's just part of the financial management of a grant. Check recruitment numbers, that's good. Yeah, you should definitely be on top of all of those metrics based on your data and your reports. Track progress, attendance, supportive services needed. Great. That's also important. Program improvement, recruitment to assist with billing. Yes, certainly. All of those aspects are vital, and that your reports can help you do. One of the key things that I have mentioned before is that Illinois Works Iwrs system is not just a reporting tool, it's also a program management tool. So you want to use it as a way to manage your program, to see where you are, to keep track of activities, to make decisions about what's going to happen next, about what you need to correct or not correct. And we will be talking about that more in the next section, but I want to make sure that we're clear that data and reports are fundamental for all of these purposes. This section will provide you with information on several of the reports that you can further leverage to support your program success. So when you do effective record keeping and reporting, it impacts the following items, and some of these are very important. We have documentation of completed work. If you have completed the work but you don't have documentation, then it doesn't. We cannot see it. You know, your funder cannot see it. It also it's important because it allows you to do planning, program planning. Some of you mentioned that in the previous exercise. Program operations, yes, you're able to see where you may need to invest more resources or where you may need to put more emphasis. You're able to evaluate your program, how you're doing in comparison to your goals, ongoing monitoring and self-assessment. It allows you to do continuous improvement. Maybe you reach 80% on a particular outcome and you want to get to 85%. By having record keeping and reporting, you're able to do that. You're also able to communicate. You're able to communicate to your staff about how you're doing. You're able to communicate to the students about how they're performing. You're able to communicate to community stakeholders about what you're experiencing. Knowledge transfer. This is very important also. Through reporting, you're going to be able to see how other programs are doing and maybe learn from their practices. Maybe they can learn from your practices. Institutional memory. This is also important. Those reports will be able to document how you did in a particular year versus another year. Maybe someone else comes into the team and they want to know information about the program. This allows you to do that. Legal issues. That's also important. You know, there are things that we will need to document related to gender, to race, to ethnicity, things that may come up or in the program, and it's important to have accurate records of what you're doing to be able to deal with it. Risk assessment, risk management. It's important also related to record keeping and reporting, and leadership continuity. All of these things are impacted by your record keeping and your reporting. So that's the reason, like Brian mentioned, it's so important that those records and that reporting is accurate and is well done so that we can have the information that is needed for all kinds of reasons. A record is a collection of related data, items, and/or information, and a file is a collection of records with one or more common properties. In this case, participant file. Participant files should be organized and structured to facilitate compliance with general requirements of the Illinois Works Pre-Apprenticeship Construction Program. As most of you have received your agreements already, you would have noticed that you are being required to keep participant files. And in those participant files, you have to keep information that is relevant to the work that you're doing. You're required, per state law, to keep those files for at least 3 years after either a participant completes the program or is dismissed from the program. If you, in Exhibit 7 of your manual, you will notice that we included a participant file checklist. This is a document that you will use for your participant files. It has information that you can log there and indicate what type of documents you have in that file. So, for instance, you know, when someone applies for the program, we need to verify their age. We need to have documentation related to that. If someone completes their obtains an NCCR certification or an NAPTA certificate, there should be a copy of that in that file, right? If someone gets an OSHA 10-hour certification, there should be a copy of that in that file. And it's not just useful for monitoring and required documentation of the program. We've known of instances where a participant received their certification, their OSHA certification, and they lose it. They lose the card, and a year later they come back and say, can I get a copy of my OSHA 10-hour certification? It's in the file. You make a copy and give it to them. So there are other uses to the files, but more importantly, the file is to keep the documents that are required for Illinois Works. So again, Exhibit 7 participant file checklist is available in the appendix of the manual that we sent you, or you could also get an electronic copy all of this checklist in the Illinois Works Partner Guide, which is located online in Illinois WorkNet. So the checklist should be used as a guide to collect all required records to include in the participant files. On pages 154 and 155, you will find record maintenance tips for your reference. So if you want to visit that, please go ahead and take a look at that. But those files are going to be very, very important. Okay, great. Moving on to the more exciting stuff, Grant Accountability and Transparency Act requirements, data requirements. It's important, very, very important, that we keep in mind that this is state law, and you know, all of these requirements are beyond the control of the Illinois Works. Anybody in the state of Illinois that receives a grant from any state agency in the state of Illinois have to comply with GATA requirements. And there are a few items related to GATA that are very, very important. First, if you're a grantee, you are already GATA approved, and you should be familiar with this process, because to get here, you are supposed to go through some of these things. However, there are other items related to GATA in terms of reporting that we will discuss that if you haven't done a state grant before, you wouldn't have seen before. So again, all programs must adhere to GATA requirements. This is very important. All Illinois Works grantees must ensure their GATA profile is up to date. You should be checking that GATA profile periodically. I recommend that you check it at least every quarterly to verify that your profile is up to date. There are instances where something in your profile might have expired, and if it did, you're locked, okay? And if you're locked, you may not be able to receive any money because your GATA profile is locked. Your profile needs to be up to date. It needs to be in order for all financial transactions with the state to not have any problems. Failure to comply with requirements outlined in your agreement can lead for you to be placed in the stop payment list. And if you're placed on the stop payment list, we will not be able to give you any future funding, and you will not be able to receive any funding from the state whatsoever. So it's very, very important that you access the GATA portal and verify the status of your GATA profile. We're going to put the information in the chat for the grant portal, the GATA grant portal, so that if you haven't seen that before, you can go ahead and get that information. But it's very important that that portal is up to date so that you don't have any difficulties. So you can see now in the chat the information related to the GATA portal. More importantly, GATA has some very key reporting requirements. And I want to emphasize here that these are reporting requirements that have to be done by all grants and all state agencies, regardless if it's Illinois Works or anybody else. It's beyond our control. But it's called the Periodic Performance Report and the Periodic Financial Report, the PPR and the PFR. I want to mention, before I go into some details related to these reports, that these reports are generally, per GATA requirements, are generally submitted on a quarterly basis. Okay? They're submitted 30 days after the end of a particular quarter. However, if based on your ICQ results and your programmatic risk assessment, depending on how you scored on those assessments, if the system, if GATA feels that more reports are needed for your organization due to risk factors with your organization, you may be asked to report more often with these two standard reports. Some of you may be asked to report on a monthly basis. Some of you may be asked to report, every 2 months. But, generally, the reporting requirement through GATA is on a quarterly basis. But I'm sure some of you will be asked to report more often, and that's a result of the risk factors associated with your organization and your grant, based on the results of the ICQ in the program risk assessment that you took. Okay. So going on to the periodic performance report. This report is a standard uniform statewide performance progress report used by all state agencies to collect performance information from recipients of state grants. All grant awards are subject to periodic performance reporting. You can see on your screen the cover page of the periodic performance report. Again, the periodic performance report is due on a quarterly basis within 30 days of the end of each quarter, or as outlined in your grant agreement. You may have a different reporting schedule on your grant agreement, and it's as a result of your risk factors related to how you completed the ICQ and the programmatic risk assessment. Specific directions on how to complete the PPR are supplied on the form located on the DCEO Grantee Resources page. So when you go and gain access to the document, all the instructions on how to fill it out are provided in the first couple of pages of that report. Also, there's more information regarding the supporting documentation and related to this report on pages 156 and 157 of your grantee manual. One important thing that I want to mention here, this is related to technology. The Iwrs system works best when using Chrome. So you might have noticed that when it comes to the Iwrs system, Chrome is the best navigator to use. However, given the location of the periodic performance report, it is best utilizing Internet Explorer when you go and try to gain access to this, or by downloading it and opening it in Adobe Acrobat Reader. So we're going to give you an opportunity in a minute to download this report from your screen. We're going to do a file transfer to you, and you can download it from your screen and download it, save it wherever you want. It will be in PDF, and then you don't have to worry about going anywhere to get it again. Just download it from your screen. So Gia, we could do the file transfer for the performance, the periodic performance report. That'll be good. You can see it on your screen now. The only thing you got to do is press on it, click on it, and then download, and then you can save it wherever you want on your screen. I'll give you a minute to do that. Again, you can just click on it, download it, and save it wherever you want on your computer so that you don't have to be looking for it anywhere else. And again, this is due on a quarterly basis, 30 days after the end of each quarter, unless your grant agreement requires you to submit it more often as a result of the risk factors associated with your organization. Okay, great. So moving on now to the periodic financial report. So the first one is the programmatic report. And again, the instructions are available on the document itself and also on the grantee manual that the page numbers that I just mentioned, 156 and 157. The periodic financial report is, again, it's a standard uniform statewide financial reporting format used by all state agencies to collect financial information from recipients of state grant awards. All grant awards are subject to periodic financial reporting. And again, this one is also due on a quarterly basis within 30 days at the end of each quarter, or based on the reporting schedule that you have in your agreement, which may be more often depending on the risk factors associated with your organization. Specific directions on how to complete the PFR are supplied on the form. So you can see here on your screen, there's a bunch of directions there on how to complete it. When you download it, you'll be able to read all of those directions. There's more information related to this particular report and what's needed on it on pages 158 and 159 of your Illinois Works Grantee Manual. So please make sure that you visit and read those sections, because you'll be able to find very important, relevant information there. Once again, we're going to give you an opportunity here to download the periodic financial report through a file transfer on the screen. So please, when you see the file transferred, just take an opportunity to download it. It's a PDF version that we're allowing you to download, and that will give you an opportunity to save it wherever you want on your screen. If we could please do the file transfer for. I can only see the slide, the PowerPoint slide, G. I don't see the file transfer feature.
This is being a little temperamental, but it is it's coming up in a second here.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, here it comes.
Okay, good. So you can see the file transfer screen right now. Please click on the file that you want to download, and then press download, and you'll be able to download it and save it on your screen. Great. I'll give it another minute just to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to download that document and then save it as needed. Any questions before I proceed to the GRS system or the grant reporting system? Any questions or comments? Gia or Christine, are there any questions or comments in the chat?
No.
No.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Moving on. The grant reporting system, or GRS. As I mentioned earlier today, we are going to put together a session with someone from our finance unit to specifically provide training to you on the specifics of GRS. GRS is a very old system, and it requires very particular skill and ability to be able to successfully use it. But what we're doing here is that we're providing you as much information as we can beforehand, so that you have an opportunity to read through these documents, so that when you attend that particular GRS workshop, you'll be able to have your questions ready and know any particular details. So GRS is an electronic reporting system used for requesting cash and reporting of grant costs, obligations, and miscellaneous receipts. GRS can be accessed through the DCEO grantee resource page, along with detailed instructions on how to navigate GRS. So we are putting in the chat the link on how to access GRS, but also, and more importantly, how to access the Grantee Reporting System User Handbook for grantees. This document is going to be very, very important for you. Read through that. It will give you step-by-step directions on how to do certain things, what certain key functions are, and how to use the system in general. You may want to take an opportunity to read through this manual, this handbook, before we do the specific workshop on GRS, because it's going to help you understand what the system is, how it operates, and what your questions might be. So again, the link for the handbook and also on how to access GRS are in the chat, so please go ahead and do that. Some relevant items related to GRS, and these are very, very important to keep in mind. Expenditures for each month must be entered into GRS by the 20th of the following month. So expenditures for February need to be entered by the 20th of March. If the expenditures are not entered, if you do not do those transactions by the 20th, the grantee is locked out of reporting for that previous month. So let's say you went in on the 21st of March and wanted to enter February's expenditures, you can no longer do that. And you're going to have to go through a whole process to be able to report those expenses, but you can no longer report them for March. Keep supporting documentation, profit and loss statements on file for monitoring and reporting, quarterly financial reports and trial balances. This is very important because you're entering expenditures in GRS, but any discrepancies must be dealt with. And as a result, having backup documentation and supporting documentation is going to be very important. We will discuss soon how the disbursements are done and who pays for that, but we want to make sure that when you report, you know what you need to have in order for your transaction to be successful. Reported expenditures must be on an accrual basis. Here's the other thing. You got to make sure that you are operating in an accrual basis here when it comes to your accounting systems here for the state of Illinois. Again, look at the manual as I mentioned a minute ago. The handbook, it's right there. The link is in the chat. Download it and make sure that you have a copy of that handbook so that you can address any concerns you may have. Troubleshooting. You will notice that GRS, because it's a legacy system, you may face a lot of troubleshooting issues. So on page 161 of your grantee manual, there are many instructions on how to troubleshoot and deal with issues that you would typically encounter with GRS. Issues related to password or connectivity issues, payment suspension, or you cannot enter costs for a line item or an expenditure code, or you cannot enter costs for the previous month. Check or direct deposit was not received. You cannot enter the cash request, entering the wrong amount, or fail to enter a decimal point. All of these items are addressed on page 161 of your grantee manual. So please go ahead and make sure that you or anybody in your team that is responsible for doing financial reporting can actually gain access to that information so that they can be successful. Any questions before I move on to the next couple of items?
There is a question in the chat from Lita. The question is, when does this start, in March or February, or in February for January?
Yeah, it really depends where you are in your grant agreement. If your grant agreement has not been signed and executed, you cannot report expenses for your grant. So it really depends on that. I imagine that most people would start to do this in March, and we are in the process of communicating with our grant management office to ensure that you in March will be able to report all your expenses for both January and February. So we will be in communication with all of you related to that, but we will let you know, okay? Okay, great. For additional support, if you have any questions related to GRS, you can communicate with ceo.racfsecurity@illinois.gov. Again, ceo.racfsecurity@illinois.gov. Or you could always communicate directly with your grant manager, Christine Flynn, at the Office of Illinois Works for any assistance that you may need, and we'll be more than happy to direct you to resources or connect you with people that can give you one-on-one technical assistance related to these items. G, I don't know if you have available the email address that I just mentioned, and we could just drop it in the chat so that people can have it for their records.
Thanks. I do not have it handy, but Christine, can you drop it in the chat?
Yes, give me one moment.
Okay, great. Let's talk about the appropriate use of funds. As with any other grant funding, funds must be used for the purpose of implementing the Illinois Works Pre-Apprenticeship Program. The grantee manual specifically has, under the appropriate use of funds, a list of allowable expenses related to Illinois Works. So if you want more details on what's allowable, what's not allowable, please go to your grantee manual. As you can see, your grantee manual is your depository of everything related to Illinois Works. Any questions, any information you want is likely to be there. If it's not there, just please reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to provide the information for you. Allowable costs include expenditures that must comply with 2 CFR 200. For some of you that have been in this world of grant management, you know that 2 CFR 200 is a federal regulation. Exciting. You can go and download those and read through those things. Very technical, a lot of information there, but the allowable costs must comply with 2 CFR 200. And also, we included a list of allowable costs in the NOFO. So if you still have a copy of the NOFO landing page is still available for you to take a look at that. But you can certainly take a look at that. And the NOFO includes a list of allowable costs, and also the official Illinois Works Pre-Apprenticeship Program rules has a list of allowable costs. The rules are in JCAR through the process of being released. So once they're released, we will make those available to you too. But it's important to know that the costs that you submit for reimbursement must be allowable. And again, look in your grantee manual for more information about what is allowable and what is not. That information is actually on page 162 of your grantee manual. But again, if you have any questions related to that, please do not hesitate to contact Christine Flynn at Illinois Works, and she'll be more than happy to assist. Budget modifications. As you know, per your grant agreement, you are able to modify your budget. The process to get your budget modified is that those modifications must first be approved by Illinois Works. And then once we sign off on those, then your authorized representative must also sign off on those before being submitted for approval to DCEO. So if you do need to make any budget modifications, you need to communicate with us as soon as you can. Let us know what those are. We will ask several questions related to that, and then we will go through the process if we do approve for you to proceed with your budget modifications. Any questions? Is there a maximum percentage of your budget that can be modified? Now, it will have to be on the basis of what it is that you want to do and the technical argument for you doing that. We have modified budgets for Illinois Works grantees in the last few weeks, but it really depends on what you want to do. The real issue with budget modifications is giving a good technical argument for how you want to modify it and why you want to modify it. Your grantee manual has information related to budget modifications, so please make sure that you read through that information. It's around page 162 in the grantee manual, but it's not directly related to a percentage. It's more related to what it is that you want to do and why. So moving on to the procurement policy. Here's another very, very important requirement. All grantees are required to follow procurement standards that are outlined in 2 CFR 200.317 through 2 CFR 200.327. We are working very hard to ensure that we can provide you, give you simple guidance and information related to this. Again, these are complicated federal guidelines, but our Office of Accountability is right now vetting a document that we hope to be able to make available to you in the next couple of weeks that will give you more simple language information related to what the requirements are for procurement policy and what your policy should have. So we will make that available to you as soon as we can. On pages 162 and 163 of the Grantee Manual, you're going to be able to find more information related to the procurement policy, but it's very, very important for you to keep in mind that procurement policy is a requirement. It's a state and also a federal requirement for all grantees in the state of Illinois. Any questions related to the procurement policy before we move on to the next section, which for a lot of you is very, very important? We have gotten a lot of questions related to this, so I want to make sure that we do justice to the next portion, knowing that there are people here from finance and your programs that are interested in really getting a hold of this information. If there are no questions, are there any questions, Gia or Christine?
No, there are no questions in the chat.
Right. Moving on then, use Mentimeter. Please tell us who has previously managed a performance-based grant. We're going to be talking about the Illinois Works performance-based model. So before we do that, let's do this activity with Mentimeter. Who has previously managed a performance-based grant? So we're about 50-50 right now. Any more feedback? Okay, we're about 50-50 again. Any more feedback anybody else has? So we have about a 50% level of experience with performance-based grants. I must say that, you know, performance-based grants come in all kinds of versions. So we want to make sure that we really take the time here to understand the Illinois Works performance-based grant model and what that means for your programs. And we understand that this transition is new for many of you. As we saw on Mentimeter, there is a large percentage of you that have not worked within performance-based models. And as a result, you know, this may cause for you to have a lot of questions and concerns related to this. That's understandable. You will find that there are some components of the Illinois Works model in particular that are familiar to you and some that are different. And the reason why some may be familiar to you is because obviously we want to leverage some of the accountability related to performance-based models. But at the same time, what we wanted to do was address some of the challenges that these performance-based models have had in the past so that we would make it a functional model for Illinois Works. So I will discuss in a few minutes what those components are, but that's the reason why you will notice that there are some differences with our performance-based model. The performance-based payment model utilized by Illinois Works is rooted in the belief that grant funding should be based on an organization's tangible impact in the community. As I have mentioned before, very strategically, Illinois Works is designed to bring about equity in the construction industry. It's a huge challenge, and in order for us to do that, we need to have the tools, we need to have the performance, we need to have the outcomes in order to move the needle in the construction industry. And as a result, our model really is designed to have tangible impact in the community. The combination of performance-based and reimbursement models means that metrics dictate available funding for reimbursements, and grantees must still submit allowable expenses to access the funding. So I want to emphasize that even though it's a performance-based model, you still need to be able to submit allowable expenses to be able to access that funding, okay? We have been asked about that, and we want to make sure that it's very clear. So here are some of the key aspects of our performance-based model that different than other performance-based models, okay? If grantees exceed their metrics, they can earn funding beyond their initial grant award. That is very different than what other performance-based models may be, particularly at the state level. In our particular instance, if you exceed your metrics, you can earn funding beyond your initial grant award. Second, due to the live real-time reporting through the Illinois Works reporting system, DCEO will make disbursements on a monthly basis. So we will talk in a minute about how that monthly review will happen, but because you're reporting real-time through the Illinois Works reporting system, and there are mechanisms in place to make sure that we're checking to ensure your data is up to date, we'll be able to do monthly disbursements. Grantees have the right to appeal. This is a third and important component. Grantees have the right to appeal to Illinois Works if a grantee believes that they missed their outcome metrics due to variables outside of their control. So if for whatever reason, and there is an example that we will discuss later on in the presentation, you left some money on the table, but you feel that there are circumstances beyond your control for us to reconsider and to give you that funding, then we will take a look at your appeal and then we will address and evaluate and let you know what the determination is. But these are three key components of our performance-based model that it makes it different or unique in comparison to other models. Now, our model has funding benchmarks and also a funding formula. Again, funding benchmarks and a funding formula. So let's discuss the funding benchmarks first. There are 4 funding benchmarks: enrollment, completion, transition, and closeout reports. Each of these are connected to a particular percentage share of the overall grant award. Because this is a performance-based model, not an outcome-based model, organizations can receive reimbursement funds related to benchmarks while working toward their goal. Let's take, for instance, enrollment. Let's assume that you're supposed to enroll 25 individuals, but in the first month, you have enrolled 10. We will release funding related to the 10 individuals you have enrolled in the program up to the first month. Let's assume that by the second month, you have enrolled 15. So we will release extra funding from 10 to 15 for that second month. And if by the third month, you have, enrolled the 25 people, then by the third month, you would have built up to the enrollment allocation in the formula. We would have released money for all of those enrollments. And we will discuss that in a minute because it's based, that disbursement is based on a per head basis, and that's how our model works. Additional funding beyond the initial grant award is available for grantees that exceed outcome metrics based on the per participant allotment outlined in pages 163 to 165 of the grantee manual. So let's assume that your enrollment was supposed to be 25 individuals, but you actually enrolled 27 individuals. We will pay you extra for the enrollment of the 2 extra individuals on a per head basis, right? So we will show you in a minute how that works, but I want to make sure that it's clear that that's how the model works. Now, in terms of the funding formula, so this is the funding formula that we use for the Illinois Works model. Enrollment is 25% of your grant. Completion, successful completion from the program is 30%. Transition is 35%, and closeout reports is 10%, and that equals 100%. So that's the funding formula. Enrollment is 25, completion is 30, transition is 35, closeout reports is 10. This funding formula is clearly outlined in your grant agreement. So, if you have any questions about it, you can certainly go to our manual, pages 163 and 65, or you could also see it in your grant agreement. So let's look at an example here of how this works. Okay, so you can see in the first one is the formula, right? So 25% for enrollment, 30% for completion, 35% for transition, 10% for closeout. Let's assume that your award is $400,000. So we are, 25% of that is 100% is being allocated to enrollment, 120% allocated to completion, 140% allocated to transition, and 40% allocated to your closeout reports. Now, something that is very important here, that does not mean that you have to use $100,000 for enrollment activities or $120,000 for completion activities or $140,000 for transition activities. It only means that you will earn this dollar amount for people. You would earn $120,000 for people completing, but the money that you have earned, okay, you can use for whatever allowable expenses your program has. Just to make sure that we're clear, so you do not have to use those dollars amounts that are being allocated in the funding formula for that particular thing. You don't have to use $140,000 for transition. You can use those $140,000 you're earning through that for any allowable expenses in your grant. Okay, so how do we do fund disbursement? Moving on to the next one, Gia. Determining the amount of funding available for reimbursement on a monthly basis is based on a per participant allotment, okay? So the per participant allotment is the result of the funding benchmark. If we can move to the example so that I can exemplify this, divided by the funding benchmark participant goal. So our enrollment, based on the previous example, was $100,000, but your enrollment goal is 25 participants. So what we would do is divide 100,000 by 25 participants, and that gives us $4,000 per participant, right? So as I mentioned, let's assume in the first month, you enroll 10 individuals, okay? 10 participants. That means that when we review that, and I'll talk about the monthly outcome review in a minute, when we review that, if we verify that you actually enroll 10 participants for that first month, we will release for your enrollment $4,000. Now, we'll talk in a minute about how, our grants management office checks your allowable expenses, but let's assume that you have $40,000 worth of allowable expenses for that first month, and the grants management office clears them. Then we release for $40,000. Then you're getting paid for all of that, all of those expenses that you submitted. There may be times when we release more money than you have expenses, so that money will carry over into the next month. Or there may be times when we release less money than what you have expenses, so we will pay you up to the amount of money that we release, and then in the next month when a review is done and we release more money, you can get paid for the other expenses. Any questions so far before I go out to the monthly outcome review? All of this.
There are no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gia.
I was just saying, so far there are no questions in the chat.
Okay, great. All of this information that I'm covering right now is covered in the grantee manual in detail. So if you want more information related to this, don't ask the question right now, but you want more information, you can certainly go to the grantee manual, or you can reach out to us afterwards. If you want to meet or just do an exchange of emails with questions, we'll be more than happy to do that, but we want to make sure that we're all on the same page related to this. So moving on to the monthly outcome review. At the end of each month, the Illinois Works Grant Manager will check grantees' outcome metrics, and based on the organization's progress toward their goal, will alert the Office of Grant Management of the maximum amount available for reimbursement. So here's where data is so important, okay? If you are not entering your data real time in a timely manner in the Illinois Works reporting system, we're not going to be able to see your progress when it comes to the end of the month because we need to be able to use that data. You will notice on your agreements that it says specifically that the data to be used to determine how much money gets disbursed is based on what was reported in the Illinois Works System. And we need to be able to see that data there to be able to tell our Office of Grant Management the maximum amount available for reimbursement for your organization on a given month. So let's look at the example here. Again, we are trying to determine the monthly max reimbursement. So 15 participants enrolled, right? So 4,000, so I'm using the same example. I'm just carrying over the same example from before. $4,000 per participant, 15 participants enrolled in that given month, you have $60,000 available for reimbursement. And again, for you to access those $60,000, it's going to be available for you for reimbursement, but for you to be able to access them, you will need to report expenses in the amount of $60,000. If you only have expenses worth $35,000, then the Office of Grant Management can only approve up to $35,000 because you don't have enough expenses to be able to access the $60,000. Great. Now, how does the fund disbursement actually work? Here are the steps that will be followed to actually release the money. You will submit your expenses through GRS on a monthly basis. The Office of Grant Management will review your expenses and determine what amount of the expenses are allowable. Remember, they got to be allowable expenses. They will review them and say, okay, this is all allowable, or no, this is not allowable, or that's not allowable. And out of 35,000, 30,000 is allowable. They are the ones that make that determination. The Office of Grant Management will then compare the amount of maximum reimbursement that we submitted to them compared to the amount of allowable expenses. If the Office of Grant Management approved amount is equal or less to the maximum reimbursement amount submitted by Illinois Works, then those expenses will be reimbursed, right? So that's how it works. It's a combination between us releasing every month to the Office of Grant Management a maximum reimbursement amount. They will check the expenses that you submit and determine if they're allowable, and then from there, they'll go and execute payment. We have a couple of questions, I think, right, Gia?
We do. There are two from Charlisa, and it says, would the balance of the funds carry over? And she's referring to the last example.
Correct. So, you know, so there's a lot of carryovers happening here, right? I mean, let's assume that we release a maximum reimbursement of $60,000, but you only have expenses for $30,000. That means that there are $30,000 that are still being carried over to the next month, and you can access those that money when you submit more expenses, right? The other thing is, let's assume that you submit more expenses than you actually have reimbursement for on a given month. Let's assume that you have $50,000 worth of reimbursement in a given month, but you submitted expenses for $10,000. Those expenses will carry over to the next month, so that when we release more reimbursement in the next month, if there's enough reimbursement released to cover your expenses, then those will be paid. Any other questions related to this? Okay, let's review quickly a model, an example here that we created. There are two examples actually on the manual that you can find on page 168. But this is an example of a program. Let's say funding award is $500,000 for enrolling 50 individuals, completing 43, and 35 being transitioned, right? And let's assume for the enrollment, as you can see, it's $2,500 per participant allotment, and they actually had 50 participants. They were supposed to have 50 participants, and they actually had 50 participants. You can see they then earned $125,000, which was the money that they could have earned. Then for program completion, they were supposed to bring in 43 individuals were supposed to complete. Actually, 44 completed. So as you can see, in this case, instead of getting 150,000, they will get 153,488.28. Why? Because they brought in an extra individual, right? Now, for transitions, let's assume that they were supposed to have 35 transitions, but instead they only had 33. Well, as you can see, you know, instead of making 175, they made 165 for those primary transitions. However, out of the other individuals, they had 11 that had secondary transitions. So we're paying them for their secondary transitions $27,500, okay? So as you can see, if you add all the numbers, this program ended up with more funding at the end of the year than they had at the very beginning. At the very beginning, they were allocated $500,000, but then they ended up with $520,000 because in some metrics they were higher, in others they were lower, but they were still able to make up money that's extra than their original allocation. Any questions about this example? And as I mentioned, there is another example on the manual we included so that you can review that one and see if you have any questions. And again, I'll say it again, once you review all of this information, if you have any other questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. We'll be more than happy to set up a one-on-one meeting with you, your financial staff, your grant management staff, or you know, if you just want to send us questions via email and want us to respond to those questions, we'll be more than happy to do that, okay?
So, Norman, before we go on, there is a question from Cheryl.
Mm-hmm.
So Cheryl is asking, what if the cost is less than the earned benchmark? What is the reimbursement example? I'm pretty sure that's the second example in the manual, but I wanted to also pose that to you.
If the cost, please clarify the question.
Mm-hmm. If the actual cost is less than the earned benchmark.
So if the cost is less than the earned benchmark, let's assume that for, I don't know, August, you had $75,000 that, or $125,000 for enrollment. Well, your costs so far have only been $100,000. Then the $25,000 that you have earned carries over for other expenses that you submit. As I mentioned earlier, the amount of money that you earn in a particular benchmark, so in this case enrollment, doesn't have to be used for enrollment expenses only. That amount of money you're earning is based on enrollment, but it could be used for anything, for instructors, for books, if you include it on your budget, facilities, rental, you know, I don't know, you know, and anything that you have on your budget that is an allowable expense, you could use that money for. And if you, in a particular month, submit expenses that are less than what you have earned for that particular month, whatever money you have that you have earned but you have not requested reimbursement for, you could carry it over. Obviously, at the end of the year, you can only access the money that you have expenses for. If you do not have allowable expenses, but you have more money that you have earned, we cannot just give you that money because the only way we're allowed by state law to give you money is for expenses, not just because you have earned the money.
So Norman, there's another question from Letta. The question is, what is the time frame to receive funds once they have been submitted to the system? You know,
typically it takes about a month to get paid for your expenses. The state has been paying on time, if we have all kept up with the news related to the finances of the state. So typically is within a month. I personally worked for many years with state agencies in getting paid in the past, and typically was not more than a month. And now we're definitely within the 1 month period. That's assuming again that the expenses are allowable. That's assuming again that there is that we have clear a certain dollar amount for your expenses to be paid. But if that's all clear, then it should be within a month. Any other questions?
There are no other questions in the chat.
Well, great. I certainly appreciate you joining again. This section, we are going to move on to section 12, which is using data for program management and continuous improvement. And that will be Brian who will be coming back to do that section. So I appreciate again you joining. If you have any other questions, let us know, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Norman. So now, as Norman said, moving into section 12 of the manual, we are focused on using the data that we talked about collecting earlier for management of our program and continuous improvement. So over the next 30 minutes or so, you should understand the Illinois Works continuous improvement model, utilize a program improvement plan template to execute continuous improvement for your program, apply each step in the performance management process, and identify different approaches for pre-apprenticeship program evaluation. And before we get started, any questions about this content? All right, let's take a look at section 12 of the manual. So again, going back to our life cycle of our pre-apprentices, you as grantees are accountable for program management and continuous improvement throughout this life cycle. Program management is the process of directing and overseeing two or more related activities that have the same aim with the goal of compliance with program expectations, improving performance, and ensuring outcomes are met. Effective program management often includes continuous improvement process throughout this pre-apprentice life cycle. Continuous improvement is the ongoing assessment of performance outcomes with the goal of identifying opportunities for incremental and innovative enhancements during each phase of the life cycle. So going back to our Mentimeter, what are some ways that your program has previously used continuous improvement models? So looking at some of the metrics, certifications, outcomes, data entry, responding to clients, meeting with staff. So I mean, from my perspective, it's great to see both. We've got these quantitative metrics that we're using, but also more qualitative type things where we're talking to clients, talking with staff about continuous improvement. So that's one thing I want to stress, is that this is not just about the numbers and graphing outcomes on reports, but also you know, talking to clients, talking to staff about ways we can improve our program. What are their perspectives on the program and how it's working and how it might be improved. So this is great. Thank you for engaging with this. Back to our slides. So the continuous improvement model is designed to bring gradual and innovative ongoing improvements to the service delivery process. We look at program performance, We measure outcomes. We benchmark those outcomes against our goals. Again, getting back to the discussion with staff perhaps, brainstorming strategies for improvement, and then finally, when we come up with strategies, how do we implement those strategies for program improvement? So it's the degree to which we're meeting our objectives and achieving goals. It's not just looking at what we're accomplishing, but how we're accomplishing those goals. What are the behaviors? What are we using? Are we using ethical decision making? Are we complying with regulations and expectations, among other issues? And then we move to measuring outcomes. This is a systematic way of assessing programs if a programs have achieved their goals through the collection and analysis of data. So we talked about that collection of data earlier this morning. So here we're analyzing that data and looking at the outcomes of our activities within our programs. And here's a four-step process of going through this. So we talked about some of this earlier about how we collect and analyze, control for quality. This is all, as I said this morning, important that we're collecting and entering data accurately so that our program improvement process is based on good information, accurate information. So let's again revisit some of this accurate reporting. So once we've collected our data, reporting is the final step in the data management process. We've collected it, we've entered it, we've gone through some quality control checks. Now we're going to start generating reports or looking at reports if they're generated for us within the system. And this is the culmination of that process that you and your staff have taken to collect and enter the data. Remember, we talked about three types of data: the grantee data, what your programs are doing, keeping track of your programmatic activities. We're tracking the participant data, information about their characteristics and their process through the system. And of course, as Norman just went through in detail, the financial data that we're collecting and entering. And again, just stressing the importance of accurately collecting this and entering it into the system so that we can accurately track our performance. So once we have our data and we've generated some reports, we want to compare those reports to our goals. All of your programs have goals and benchmarks that you're trying to meet. As we're moving our participants through our programs, we can sort of benchmark against those goals to see if we're meeting those goals. So again, this is an important part of the continuous improvement process where we're doing this benchmarking process. Is the progress of our participants leading to meeting our benchmarks? Throughout this process, we might identify some performance gaps. So we have our goals, our participants are moving through our programs, and if our outcomes are not meeting our goals, that's a performance gap that we might identify. So it's the difference between the goal and the actual outcome. In the system, remember our Iwrs system has some dashboards that help us easily identify gaps if they exist. We have some programmatic dashboards and a follow-up dashboard. You're going to learn more about these in the training session on Thursday that takes a deep dive into the system, but just know that there's ways of helping you identify performance gaps or successes also are identified through these dashboards. But just a quick introduction into some things that these dashboards are going to help you with. The dashboards might identify items that are flagged, have red flags, and so you know, this might be things like your participants have excessive absences. Your overall cohort may have excessive absences from training programs. Assessments, participants are not passing their assessments at a high enough level. Or there might be, in follow-up, we're missing some follow-up dates where we want to check in with our participants that have completed our programs and we're not following up with them. And so, you know, the system will generate red flags around these types of areas, either if it accurately reflects your data or you're not entering your data on a timely manner. Either one of those might be results in red flags in the system. There's also intake indicators. So, you know, if individuals are inquiring into your program, you know, there's going to be different ways of categorizing those as, you know, a cold participant inquiry where they're just asking about information and, you know, you can't really tell if they're interested, or a warm or a hot, somebody indicating that I really want to enter your program and I want to know what it takes to get into that program. So that might be an example of a hot lead or hot inquiry into your program. And then you can also track things like out of the people that are inquiring into your program, how many are actually enrolling into your program and moving into active status within your program and becoming participants. The tracking participant engagement throughout your program, how many are active, how many are receiving training, you know, all the types of services they might access throughout your program, you're tracking throughout your system. And then ideally that they're earning credentials as they've gone through your system. You know, this might be the NCCR training, OSHA training, first aid training, all the types of training that your participants are going through. You know, what percentage of them are actually earning the credentials that those trainings are designed to generate. Again, how many are completing your program? They're earning credentials as they're going through, but then, you know, we put it all together and have a completion in the program. They're ready to move on into a registered apprenticeship program. We're tracking our cohort through that. And then moving into transitional services, you know, what types of services are they accessing as they move into a full registered apprenticeship program? Again, this is going to help us identify successful practices as our participants complete our program and ideally move into the registered apprenticeship programs. And then, you know, we also want to track our relationships with employers and apprenticeship sponsors, making sure that we get feedback from them as our participants move into employment and into apprenticeship programs. This is another important set of information that we need, that, you know, are completers of our program, are they prepared for what they're going to need once they move onto the job and into apprenticeship programs? So a lot more detail about this, again, in your manual. There's a table on page 172 that kind of walks through all of this. And then, you know, a couple of different tables up in that section 172 to 173 that provides more detailed information about these dashboards. And again, you know, a significant amount of training and other resources available later this week and on Illinois workNet. Then we can talk a little bit about follow-up dashboard. Again, this is for tracking our exiters, our completers from our program into the workplace. We want to track both our completers that go into construction registered apprenticeship programs, but also other, as Norman said, that there are other transitions into programs that you could get performance rewards for. So we need to make sure we're tracking them into both registered apprenticeship programs. Maybe they go into a registered apprenticeship waiting list, or into higher education programs. Wherever our completers are moving on to, we want to try to track that. And then we also are going to track participants in the programs in the longer term. And some of this might be through what we call data matching, where we might access data in the community college system or in wage records, for example, so we can track participants through, it gets harder to track participants the farther they are removed from a program, but we can track them through matching them with data about their educational activities and their earnings as they move into either education or jobs. Talk about some of the key outcome metrics that are going to be tracked. So you have developed some metrics, some goals for your program as you've gone through the process of accepting and negotiating your grants. But there are really two key metrics that the program is focused on, and these are non-negotiable. These are metrics for every program. And those are that at least 85% of the individuals that enrolled in the program will successfully complete the training program. And then further, at least 70% of the individuals enrolled will be hired and go into a DOL registered apprenticeship program. So these are really the key high-level outcome metrics, and you'll have a number of other outcome metrics that you'll be tracking as you move through this program. And these dashboards will help you track your outcomes versus those benchmarks, as we said. And so that the benchmarking process will lead to a current standing, and the dashboards will help you identify these various levels of standing. So these vary from not meeting expectations. So here, where your outcomes are below expectations at this current point of time, and these may move over time. That you can make improvements over time. So these dashboards are going to show what your standing is at a current point in your program. And so not meeting expectations is an indicator that maybe your program goals will not be met. Meeting expectations simply means that the trajectory you're on looks like you're going to meet your key outcome metrics, that you're on track for meeting your expectations. And then, of course, many of you are going to exceed expectations. You're going to not only meet your key outcome metrics, but exceed them. And as Norman explained, there are certain financial incentives for exceeding expectations. But while we expect everyone to meet expectations, we're going to talk a little about what happens if your current standing is not meeting expectations. So all of these sort of benchmarking and whether you're meeting or exceeding expectations are based on the information in your grantee work plan. This is Exhibit 8 in the grantee manual, and it sort of is the basis for your performance metrics and how whether you're meeting or exceeding your metrics. So this is kind of just an overall summary of tracking process through you're using data to track your process through your work plan and whether you're meeting or exceeding. And so, you know, once you start understanding whether you're meeting or exceeding program goals, you might start talking about ways of brainstorming. So this is, we've looked at the numbers. We've seen either, well, we're doing really good. We're meeting or exceeding our outcome goals, but we want to learn about, you know, what's working. You know, continuous improvement is not just for programs that are failing to meet expectations. Continuous improvement is a process for all programs, whether they're exceeding or not meeting their expectations. So you should occasionally have these sessions where you're talking to, you know, your folks in your program, your employees, and participants about what's working. But also, if you're not meeting expectation, you know, an important part of the process is brainstorming for, you know, what's not working, what do we need to improve. And so we're going to go to just talk about some of the strategies for coming up with innovative strategies. So there's a number, and there's a lot of information in the grant manual about this, but you know, you're going to have some brainstorming sessions with your team. Just, you know, maybe you have a monthly meeting with your team. Just talk about what's working. You know, you can have these at leadership, at the leadership level, or at a full staff level, talking about what's working. What are some challenges we're facing, and how might we overcome those? As was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of technical assistance available to you. There are experts in the program delivery, in various aspects of grant management, and those types of things. So, you know, you may work with some technical assistance, get some outside assistance for some of the issues you're facing to come up with new strategies. Yeah, coaching as well. Gia talked about the difference between coaching and technical assistance, about how each of those types of things might help you. You might, as you bring on new staff, they have experiences outside of your program that they might be able to bring to yours. They might have ideas. I work at this other organization, and this really worked when we had faced a similar challenge. They can be a really great source of new ideas when staff come on board. But also, you know, your current staff is working. They're the ones on the ground doing the work. And if you never ask them what challenges they're facing, or what you know, what ideas they might have for improving the program, they might just keep their head down and keep doing what they're doing, even though they have ideas for improvement. So you need to have ways of engaging with your staff, even those that have been there a long time, for coming up with these new innovative strategies. And this grantee networking is another really great way of learning what's working and what's not. So you're going to be providing a number of opportunities through, you know, maybe regular meetings, but also mentioned that there's going to be an annual conference where, you know, you all can come together and talk about what's working, what challenges you're facing. And this can be a really important learning network where you can learn from each other about what's working. You know, maybe you talk to outside providers about, you know, some challenges you're having, or other partners that might give you resources. You know, there's also, you know, a number of resources you can tap into from publications and professional associations. So lots of places where you can get ideas about new strategies. And then once you come up with these new strategies, of course, you have to come up with an implementation plan for implementing those strategies. So again, there's some action steps that are laid out in the manual, but, you know, make sure everybody's on board and understand what a new strategy, what the new strategy is, and how it might impact each of the ways our programs are delivered. We may need to update some of our forms and documents and processes, so making sure that all of our materials are up to date with our new strategies. We might have to do some training if there's new skills involved. We need to make sure that everybody has the skills that they need to implement our new strategy. And then, of course, we need to understand that we're going to start this, say, in the next quarter, the beginning of the next month, and then start tracking our progress towards meeting our benchmarks related to this new strategy. So again, tracking what we're doing and making it a part of this continuous improvement process. And then, again, this is not just something for grantees that are not meeting their benchmarks. You should all be thinking about continuous improvement plans, even if you're exceeding your benchmarks. We can always do better. How can we engage partners with to improve, maybe our relationship or how we're interacting with our participants? Thinking about the participant life cycle, looking for areas within that life cycle where maybe we're losing participants at a specific area within that life cycle, and how can we address that challenge? Or thinking about financial management, how can we spend our funds more efficiently or effectively, or provide more services with the financial resources that we have to our participants? And all of this might go into an improvement plan. And a sample or a template for an improvement plan is also included in your grantee manual as Exhibit 9. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about program evaluation. Now, as grantees, this is not necessarily an expectation that we put on you, but what we do expect from you as grantees is for you to cooperate with these types of studies. And broadly speaking, there's 3 types of program evaluation that we might do over the process of your grant period. So an implementation study, we're looking about how you're using the resources to deliver the services to the participants. Essentially, we're looking at what happened and why did we receive, and perhaps why did we get the outcomes that we did. And oftentimes, these types of studies are combined. So we might do an implementation combined with an outcome study. And when we say program evaluation here, we're not just talking about evaluating your individual program. We're also talking about evaluating the Illinois Works program as a whole. So, for example, we might do an implementation study of all of these onboarding processes that you're going through. So we might reach out to you and ask, what was effective as we went through this onboarding process? What could be improved? Are there some areas where we need to do better about the materials that we provide and the processes that we provide to you as you're starting to implement your grants? We're also going to do outcome studies. What's happening to the outcomes of our participants? Are we successful with transitioning participants into registered apprenticeship program? Are we successful with diversifying registered apprenticeship programs? And then, again, combining the outcome study with an implementation study, if we are successful in diversifying registered apprenticeship, we want to know what we did to achieve that success so that we can share it. And then finally, an impact study really takes the outcome studies a little deeper and looks at, we try to estimate what would have happened to our participants if we had not made these pre-apprenticeship programs available. So really tries to look at what the impact we had on our participants and on the industry as a whole. And then finally, we're going to implement a longitudinal study. Again, we're going to track the people that went through your programs into the labor force or into continuing education after they leave your programs to see if we actually increase the entry of women, people of color, veterans into constructions and building trade apprenticeships, over the long term. And did they then enter the industry as journeymen in their trades? So really looking at what the long-term outcomes of the Illinois Works program are. So again, we're throwing a lot of information at you today, but any questions about this section of the grantee manual?
Brian, there is a question from Grace. So she is asking, sorry about that, if expectations are exceeded but expenses do not reach the new amount, will those funds roll over to the next grant? Assuming they are awarded. Yep, that's our question. Yeah, so if expectations are exceeded but expenses do not reach the new amount, will those funds roll over to the next grant period?
Yeah, I'm going to have to lean on Norman a little bit for that one. I'm not an expert on funding.
Yeah, thank you. Gia, so I had responded to Grace in the chat that well, that's a very good question. We're going to be passing that by our accountability and finance people, and then send out an official response related to that. But I don't have the answer right now, but I will definitely work on getting that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Norman. Any other questions for Brian? Regarding any of the data, any of the studies, your responsibility with regard to supporting any of that?
All right, so we're running a little bit behind time. We did have a 5-minute break scheduled here, but do we want to go ahead and take that or press forward? We've got 2 more sections to cover. I think that will go, at least my section, I think will go faster than the previous ones.
I think we should definitely take the 5-minute break, and,
okay.
And then we'll go through the other 2 sections.
So I'm showing 12:14, and we'll take 5 minutes and come back at 12:19 and talk about programmatic monitoring for a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
right, showing 1219. Back to the next section of the manual. So section 13 of the manual is focused on programmatic monitoring. And so we just talked about evaluation and benchmarking activities, and I kind of want to stress the difference between evaluation and monitoring. Evaluation, we're really looking for things like best practices. How can we improve programs? What's working, what's not working? Whereas monitoring is, for the most part, making sure we're following the rules. Are we spending the money in ways that follow regulations? You know, there's state and federal regulations that guide all of these funding sources, and that we need to make sure that we're complying with those. And so, in my mind, there's a big difference. You know, or just thinking about a crazy example. Say, for example, that as a grantee, you learn you're struggling with your program, you're not getting the outcomes that you were hoping, but you learn about this really great innovative program in Hawaii. So you decide to you know, fly to Hawaii, visit the program, you know, learn what they're doing, and then come back and you apply what you learned there, and your program really takes off. All of a sudden you're doing great, you're meeting the benchmarks, you're exceeding. From an evaluation standpoint, if I'm an evaluation, I'm going to say, yeah, that was a good use of money. But the monitor is going to come in, and they're probably, no, they're not probably, they're definitely going to ask for that money back. They're not going to support that trip to Hawaii, even if it was effective in improving your program, improving the outcomes of your program. And maybe you shared it with some of your peers, and they all implemented. So just to be clear, I'm not advocating that you fly off to visit programs in exotic locations, but you know, so it's important to understand that even if you're spending funds in ways that improve your program and improve the outcomes of your participants, that spending needs to comply with all of the rules and regulations that are attached to it. And then also understand that if compliance review identifies that you're not spending that money, that you have to go through this corrective action and put together a plan to address the concerns. So let's talk a little bit about what's included in section 13 of the program monitoring. So we can, I think we have a Mentimeter question about this. As you start implementing your program. So at this point, describe some of the safeguards that your program put in place to ensure compliance. There we go. Put in short answers to this question. You can submit multiple times if you like. Management oversight. Some have systems in place. So I think this is great, just like with our evaluation and benchmarking with compliance, we have both sort of systematic tracking types of safeguards, but also more sort of qualitative things like management oversight, performance reviews. So some similarities there from the types of approaches. So this is great to see. All right. So let's talk about compliance in general to start with. So all of you as Illinois Works grantees are going to be assessed on compliance, and this is going to cover everything from the impact of your program on the targeted populations. Are you effectively and efficiently using the funds that you're provided? How well are your staff meeting the goals and timeframes within your goals? How many participants are you serving? How's the money being spent? All of these types of questions are part of a compliance review. And then there's a number of different documents, rules, and regulations that guide these compliance questions. Illinois Works has its own standards, policies, and procedures, and also core values. There's some program core values that have been discussed at various points in these training programs. Importantly, the diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity expectations. There's also state and federal regulations, and then everything in the grantee manual that we've been discussing are part of the processes that you will be expected to comply with. And so there's some monitoring activities designed to make sure that you are complying as a grantee with all of these various standards. And this is might be done through on-site monitoring, where somebody visits your program, looks at what you're doing, maybe looks at your record keeping and those sorts of things. But it also might include something called a desk monitoring, where so this is remote. Somebody's not actually visiting you on site, but looking at your records, at your financial submissions, at your all of your programmatic records that we talked about earlier this morning, to see if you're meeting your grant goals, if your financial management system is structured to accurately track your expenses and making sure you're disclosing all of those expenditures correctly. Making sure that your expenditures are done in accordance with all of these rules and regulations that we've talked about. Making sure that your participant files are maintained up to date, and that the information in those files is getting entered into the system correctly and accurately. So again, Section 11 of your manual goes into much greater detail about all of this. And then if it's found that for whatever reason a grantee is not complying with all of these rules and regulations, this might lead to some corrective action, and these sort of escalate depending on how long a grantee is found to be out of compliance with the rules and regulations. And we want to make sure you understand that enforcement of these corrective actions, is the responsibility of the grant manager. So it's ultimately the grant manager that has to answer to these corrective actions and make sure they're being implemented effectively. So the first step, as I mentioned, was a monthly program review, where we look at your records, make sure you're following the rules, that you're spending the money in the ways that you are supposed to and that you said you would be. But what might happen out of these monthly reviews is that you might be found out of compliance with one or more of the regulations. And being out of compliance with these regulations for 2 consecutive months will lead to what's called a warning. And this might be a status of inadequate progress. You're not making progress towards your goals, or you're not tracking your finances or your participants as you're supposed to. And this leads to a corrective action plan. And so the monitors and Illinois Works program staff will work with a grantee that's been issued a warning to create and implement a corrective action plan. And this needs to happen within 1 week of the finding of non-compliance. If this corrective action plan does not lead to getting back into program meeting the program goals within 3 months, then the grantee will move from warning to watch list status. And this is where some targeted customized technical assistance might be provided. So going to bring in some technical assistance to really focus on what the challenges of that grantee are and how we might come up with a plan to correct the challenges and move back into compliance. And then finally, if this being out of compliance continues beyond that 3-month period, the grantee will be put on probation, and this eventually might lead to decreased funding, closing of the grant agreement, or that grantee might not qualify for the next round of funding. They will be prohibited from receiving funding in the future. So, you know, all along this continuum, there will be this corrective action plan. So you're going to come up, a grantee that gets put in warning status will work with the Illinois Works staff to come up with a corrective action plan. It will get approved by Illinois Works, and then it will be implemented to address the shortcomings. If the grantee is making progress to address the issues that cause them to be put on the warning or watch list, they'll give them they'll earn a good program status, and once they come back into compliance, they'll be removed from the warning status or the watch list status, and then back into just this monthly program review to ensure that they continue to meet their program goals and comply with all of the rights, the regulations. So again, you know, in the most extreme cases, a grantee might be put on probation where there may be some financial consequences to not meeting their monitoring goals. And if that corrective action plan does not work to get them back into compliance, you know, there may be some funding implications, including reductions in funding or the loss of the ability to apply for future rounds of funding. Any questions about the monitoring process? Again, there's much more detail in your grantee manual, as well as in some of the financial guidance documents that Norman talked about earlier.
So it does not look like there are any questions in the chat.
All right. I think we're going to move on to audit requirements. Be the last section that we covered today.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're going to cover Section 14, the audit requirements. This is Section 14 from your manual. We want to make sure that you can articulate the GATA requirements relative to audit requirements, that you're knowledgeable about 2 CFR 200 and the Illinois Administrative Codes, because these are what drive the requirements relative to audit. We're going to have you be able to articulate the different audit types. There's really 3 audit types we're going to talk about, but 5 different paths, and understand the audit submission requirements. Okay, so the next section of the manual sequentially is audit requirements. And the state of Illinois does require that all grantees comply with federal audit requirements. In addition, the GATA, the Grant Accountability and Transparency Act, has additional requirements that are different thresholds, but we'll review that. This section will be an overview of the types of entities that are required to submit an audit. For information regarding audit requirements and compliance, you can review the audit report manual, which we'll put a link in the chat for you for that, or contact your Illinois Works grant manager. Not all grantees are required to submit an audit based on the federal requirements. As I mentioned earlier, there's also some GATA requirements that could make you have an audit required. The audit requirements are based on the single audit, which is that federal requirement that we'll speak about. You can also have a requirement to have an audit conducted in accordance with generally accepted governmental auditing standards, otherwise known as GAGAS or Yellow Book. Or you may fall into a threshold that requires an audit be conducted in accordance with GAAS, G-A-A-S, generally accepted auditing standards. There are different thresholds for these different types of audit requirements, and we will review those next. Here's a nice little flow chart that will help you determine where you may fall in your requirements. So if you have $750,000 or more in expenditures during your fiscal year in federal awards from all sources, so it could be direct federal awards, it could be coming a pass-through from the state of Illinois, another state. If you have $750,000 or more in expenditures during your fiscal year, then you're required to have a single audit. And you can refer to 2 CFR 200-514 to see this requirement. The next path that we're going to talk about are grantees that do not expend $750,000 or more during their fiscal year in federal awards from all sources. So in this case, there's 2 tracks. If you expend $500,000 or more in federal, and that's direct or pass-through again, or state awards, then you have an audit conducted in accordance with generally accepted governmental auditing standards. If you're an entity that during your fiscal year you expend $300,000 to $400,999, it will, in federal or direct pass-through and state funds, then you will have a requirement to have an audit conducted in accordance with GAAS, generally accepted auditing standards. Grantees that do not meet the requirements in A and B, so that's the requirements of having GAAS or a GAGAS audit, but do have audits conducted voluntarily or because they have other regulatory requirements that require that they have an audit, must also submit that audit report to the state for our review. Additional details regarding the audit criteria are available starting on page 185 of your grantee manual. The different types of audits that we just spoke about have different documents that must be submitted. So we're going to talk about what's required for the single audit reporting package, the financial statement audit. So that is the group of GAS and GAGAS audits together. Those are both financial statement audits, so that's what we're talking about here. Or what happens if an audit is not required and it was not conducted for any other purpose. So using Mentimeter, we're going to have you guys answer the following question is, what do you expect your audit type to be? So remember, this is your expense. You need to be thinking about what you plan to expend during your fiscal year for
Megan,
all programs. Go ahead,
Megan, really quickly, there's a question. This is from Jonathan, and Jonathan would like to know, does the audit need to be conducted by a CPA, or can it be conducted by an accountant?
It needs to be a certified public accountant who's licensed. Okay,
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So going back to what type of audit everybody kind of thinks that they're going to have, we're maybe being a little psychic here. Depends on your entities, when your fiscal year is and what your expenditure patterns are going to look like. So we have one entity that knows they're going to have or expects to be having a single audit, so that they'll be expending $750,000 or more during their fiscal year. One also thinks they may have a GAGAS audit. So, I'm sorry, that should be a GAS audit. So that's that lower level, the lowest level audit. And we have nobody that is expecting to receive we got one. One expects to have a GAGAS audit required to be conducted. So we've got 3 responses. Oh, we got another one with a single audit. Awesome. So thank you guys all for your contributions. And we just got another one with GAGAS. So sounds like people are probably getting some pretty big awards and expect to be spending them during their fiscal year. Okay, moving on, in regards to the single audit reporting package, the elements that are required will be described in 2 CFR 200-512. And so again, to reiterate, these are a single audit is required per the federal government, but also per GATA if the grantee is going to expend $750,000 or more in federal pass-through or direct funds during their fiscal year. The reporting package is due to the federal government, the FAC, 30 days after the audit report is completed by your auditor, but by no later than 9 months after the end of the grantee's fiscal year. The pieces that need to be submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, the FAC, are the financial statements, the schedule of expenditure of federal awards, the summary schedule of prior audit findings, the auditor's report, corrective action plans for all findings within the reports, and please be sure to note you need to go to 2 CFR 200-511 to ensure that you include all components required of corrective action plans. The management letter issued by the auditor, you may know that as an AU 325. Another thing that you're going to need to submit, but this actually does not go to the FAC, this element will just be submitted through the GATA grantee portal, is the consolidated year-end financial report with in relation to opinion that your auditors will be opining on. So yes, Barbara, the A133 is a single audit. But the old terminology is A133. You're absolutely right. Okay, I think we need to bump up a couple slides here.
Okay, and really quickly, there's another question in the chat. This perhaps might be for Christine or Norman, or you, Megan. So the question is, it's kind of a question and a comment. There's a lot of financial information being presented during this session. Will there be another opportunity for financial folks to get this information or to ask additional questions? One thing that I'll add is that this is being recorded, and so it will be available for you and others to come back and take a look at this. But Christine, Norman, any other information regarding additional sessions? Christine had it in the chat already. Okay, so Christine responded similarly that this is being recorded and that she's available for a one-on-one to help address additional questions. Okay, thank you. Megan?
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to talk about the financial statement audits. Again, these are the audits conducted in accordance with GAGAS for gas. GAGAS being the yellow book. Gas is what we would just call like a plain vanilla audit. It's what, you know, when an entity gets audited, that's usually what we're used to seeing. So these will be for entities that are expending $300,000 or more of state and federal awards and are not required to submit a single audit per 2 CFR 200. These are also due well, this, I don't want to say also, these are due 30 days after audit completion, but by no later than 6 months after the end of the grantee's fiscal year. So the single audit, you're given 9 months. These financial statement audits, you're given 6 months because they're less intensive. The components that are going to be required to be submitted are the financial statements, the schedule of prior audit findings, the auditor's report, the GAGAS report if you have a GAGAS audit. So this is the internal controls over financial reporting compliance. It's like another component that gets added to that like plain vanilla report. The corrective action plan, again, we spoke about what the that you can go see what elements are required in a corrective action plan in 2 CFR 200-511. The management letter, again, also known as the AU 325. And then also you will be submitting the consolidated year-end financial report with the auditors in relation to opinion. And in this instance, you will be submitting a state data collection form. So not all grantees will have to have an audit conducted. If you expend $300,000 or less of all awards, so either state or federal direct or federal pass-through, then you're not required to submit an audit to the GATA portal unless you have an audit conducted for another purpose, and then you do have to submit that. But in the case where you don't have an audit conducted for another purpose, you still have to complete the consolidated year-end financial report. So in this path and with the paths we previously discussed for single audit and gas and GAGAS, you do have to have the consolidated year-end financial report completed by 30 days after completion. In this case where you don't have to have an audit submitted, you have to make sure that you submit the consolidated year-end financial report by 6 months after the end of your fiscal year. We should explain that we do ensure compliance with these requirements and that non-compliance will result in grantee compliance enforcement actions. So it's similarly to what was described previously, we're going to have escalating activities to compel grantees to comply. And so it could range at the lowest level as a reminder. The medium level is going to be a theme lock, where you're not going to be able to receive grant funds or grant modifications or grant awards from the department. And that third level, you know, we obviously hope nobody ever gets here, but you're going to be unable to receive grant funds, modify grant agreements, or execute grant awards across all agencies in the state until you're able to resolve that issue. So for the single audit, the package actually must be submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse directly. We mentioned this before, but it's due 30 days after the receipt of the auditor's report or by no later than 9 months after the end of the grantee's audit period. And then there are some components that have to be uploaded by you to the GATA portal, and these have to be done 30 days of the FAC submission or 9 months after the grantee's fiscal year end, whichever is sooner. We really start enforcing at that 9-month mark. So the pieces that will have to be uploaded to the portal are the management letters, consolidated year-end financial report with the auditors in relation to opinion, and we also request a copy of your auditor's most recent peer review letter. They'll know what that is if you just put in your specs for your auditor that they need to provide that. The agency will be pulling the rest of the information from the Federal Audit Clearinghouse directly. And then all other audit packages or required documents just get uploaded to the GATA portal, and it has to be 60 days after the grantee fiscal year. So specific directions on how to navigate the portal can be located in Section 5A of the GATA Audit Report Review Process Manual, and we're going to put, again, a link to that manual in the chat. If you have any questions or need clarification regarding your audit, you can always contact your Illinois Works Grant Manager. And now we're going to open up for questions, so feel free to unmute yourself or go ahead and put it into the chat and we will try to respond. Okay, I don't see any additional questions in the chat and I don't hear anyone, so unless something pops up in the real short term, I'm going to turn it back over to Norman.
So Norman, you are muted.
Oh, Megan, thank you again for joining us today and giving this presentation about audit requirements. I'm sure that as providers and grantees go through the information we provided in the manuals and the information in the grantee manual, that they'll probably have some questions, so we'll let you know if that's the case. So thank you very much for joining today. We're going to take the next few minutes to conduct an evaluation using Mentimeter of the program, so I'll hand it over to Gia to conduct the evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, great. So if you could pull up your Mentimeter. If you have not yet logged in, which I hope you have by now, but if you haven't, I am adding that information to the chat. And it will just take a second to log in and answer for us just a few questions. So we do see some feedback coming in right now, so I want to say thank you for that. And the first question, and please respond, share your views of this training by rating the following statements, 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. Thank you so much for the feedback that's coming in. There is still an opportunity to respond to that question if you want to respond. The next question is, this course was relevant to what I wanted to learn about the subject matter. Okay, thank you again for your feedback. The next question is, I plan to apply what I have learned. The next question, what improvements might you recommend? Thank you. So a little longer breaks, distribute materials prior to training to review, to allow more essential questions. Thank you. Okay, there's more content requests. A request for the agenda. Okay. Okay, I appreciate the team covering the guide, but thank you. Okay, just almost done here. What did you find effective? So if we make changes moving forward, what are the things that you recommend we keep? Okay, thank you. Detailed information, document sharing. Okay, we have a recommendation. This is a recommendation for do different. Let's see. Okay, the details around the grants and the audit guide. Okay, thank you. And this is the very last question. Is there anything else about this that we did not ask? And so I'll provide a moment to respond, but I want to also address a question from Grace in the chat, and she is wondering if this is the final version of the grant manual. Grace, I will tell you, we could not be more hopeful that this is, if not the final, it's as close to final as possible. Part of the plan is to, we know that you guys are going to start digging into this. You may have comments, questions, if there are things that we hear consistently from you all over the next week or so, that might be an opportunity for us to make additional edits or updates to the grant manual. An example of that is the information around the drug testing. We also got several questions regarding some of the roles that were required, and so we have gone back and made updates to the manual based on the information we needed to share, but also based on the questions that we got from you and the feedback we received. So we're going to let you all have this for a little while, and then depending on what we hear back or what we observe, there may be another version of it, which we then do believe will be the final. But we are reserving the opportunity for one more update after you all, because you all just got it this morning, so we just want to have it in your hands for a little bit longer before we say definitively. So we do see some comments coming in, feedback regarding enough information so that the target audience is clear. Request for the manual Let's see, great class session, thank you. I know it is a lot of information. Being able to follow along in the guide, thank you. Yes, thank you. Right, so please do feel free to continue to add any comments that you think is helpful for us. We do make adjustments based on this feedback, and while you are finalizing your feedback, I will turn it over to Norman.
Well, thank you very much for participating in the evaluation, and we appreciate you joining us today. This, as I mentioned earlier, is the last webinar of the series, the three seminar series we put together related to the Grantee Manual. We appreciate the feedback you have provided. I can tell you that it's in our best interest, and we also want to make sure that this is the last version. So this will be uploaded in the partner guide online in Illinois workNet, and it has all of the sections, it has all of the forms, all of the documents. But as Gia mentioned, as time goes by, there may be some changes that need to be made, and whenever we do that moving forward, we will start notating the manual with different editions. So if it's a second edition or a third edition or fourth edition, so that you know which one we're talking about. Right now, as I mentioned, this will be uploaded in the partner guide so that you have access to the whole thing. And we will continue to receive feedback from you. So please provide any feedback you feel is necessary, and we will see if there are changes that are needed to the manual. The other thing that I think it's important to emphasize is that the last course related to Illinois Works, the Illinois Works reporting system, the technology, will be held this Thursday. You have already received information about that. Please make sure that the required audiences are in attendance for that training. We want to make sure that you have all the training and the tools necessary to successfully use that system. As you know, it's very important for us in the administration and also the monitoring of programs out there. And once again, thank you very much for joining us. It's actually just a minute past 1 o'clock. It's been good sharing with you, and we will see you soon. Thank you.